everyone. Welcome. I hope this week I made up for the fact that I was cutting back. I had free time, and on my vacation, I decided that I wanted to come and spend that with you also. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Um, in the intro, before we get into the show, before I click the video for my intro to start out to end, I am going to drop the link. Um, I'm going to drop the link, and I do want some people to come on in the beginning. Um, I want the people who were on, if you guys are here, I want the people who were on yesterday. So I'm going to do this intro differently. I want the people who were on yesterday. I do want you guys to come back, and I want to have a brief, and I do mean brief, conversation. I think there are some things I need to clarify, and I would hope that there are some things you guys need to clarify. But I do have one question. It's not even going to be a long conversation. Um, it's not going to be a long conversation. I just want one. So drop a one in the chat if you were on yesterday, and you were talking about children not having a choice to be here, and so they don't owe their parents anything. Just drop a one. Um, Tequila was a member for 4 months. Thank you so much. All right, London is here. Hello, you beautiful human, you. Oh, thank you. All right. So for everyone who was here, I'm going to drop the link. I want at least look as many of you as you can. I want you guys to come up quickly. Please do not save that link. Just for those of you who were here and who were on the stream yesterday who dropped the one, can you hit that link to come up again? I just want to do this really quickly. So I want to do that really quickly. Annalisa is here. Hey, Annalisa, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Hiya.
I'm good. When Themis say this won't take long, I say 1 hour.
Yeah, minimum. I agree. But you love it. They love it.
No, but because like the intro, also, I don't want this to be the video that people watch, like as a general matter, so I'm fine. But I want the people who said that if your parents were good to you, you don't have a moral obligation to care for them, or you don't owe them, quote unquote, anything. Um,
Ooh, sip.
and Alicia is Helena is here. Um, who else? Can you guys like quickly come up? I know I saw a lot of wands, so I kind of want to like do this quickly. I might, yeah.
That definitely, that was not me.
Yeah. Thank you, Corey. Did you do anything interesting, Annalicia,
Over the
between
holiday?
yesterday and today?
Oh, between yesterday and today? Oh, basketball. What a basketball. Yeah.
What, you play basketball?
I play, but it was more practice. Oh, no. It was camp. I went to, it was a basketball camp. Not for me, by the way. I'm too old. I used to
Gotcha.
play in high school.
Helena, did you do anything fun?
No, I'm hibernating currently.
Oh.
I'm happy though.
Yeah, no, I actually should have been resting, but I felt good and I wanted to come on here. All right, let me say this again, because I saw all the ones and I don't know why everyone like I actually it's gonna be brief. I promise you Um it's not anything serious. I just want well, I don't know if it's serious. Let me not say that. Um I want to just be clear that I'm not misrepresenting anyone. Prince Petty, are you here? Um, who else was up here? Do you remember any of the names?
There's Prince Petty. I don't remember names. I remember positions.
Yeah, I remember I forgot this lady's name, but she's always here, and I do like her generally. We disagreed yesterday, though. She had like a cheetah sort of picture on her thumbnail. Anyway,
I'm gonna go back. I'll go back and look. I'll find it.
Do you two remember my stance? I don't think you agree with me though.
you said you negated you come from a culture where the child has a responsibility, but you do not think you should have a responsibility. And
Yes.
no, not Kenneth. Kenneth don't have to come up. I mean, Kenneth can come up if he wants to, but I don't mind. Anyone who disagrees. The thing is, I don't want to go back and forth with this. I just want to clear the air and make sure we are on one accord in the channel. And I think Helima, you didn't get to speak long. Truth Teller was on my side. You didn't get to speak for a long time. So I don't want you to be the only one representing that position. Because you
Oh, sure, no problem.
yeah. Hey Sober Bobo, how are you?
Her name is Oh My.
Oh my. Okay. Yeah, that one, that too. All right. So no one is coming up.
But so you asked a question. They did a lot of people put a 1?
Yeah, there were people put in a 1, but it could have been that they misunderstood my question. So I don't know. All right. Helima, if you could do your best since you're on their side, can you give me the argument fully of why people believe that when their parents have been good to them, they don't owe the parent anything?
Okay, it's because I have a problem with entitlement from anybody. Like me, when I do something for people, I genuinely do it because I want to and I don't expect anything. And the idea of just because I birthed you, even though you didn't ask to be here, just because I did sacrifice for you, which is a good thing, I expect something. It gives me the energy of quid pro quo, and I don't like that in a parent-child relationship. Not to mention, a lot of parents traumatize that and emotionally, put that tax on their children, and I don't feel that. But don't get me wrong, I still
Wait, before you continue.
Yes.
Thank you, the home I created. I appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a member. Go ahead.
That's being said, I'm being a hypocrite a little bit because inside me, I still will judge someone who have great parents and they don't look after their great parents. But I just don't like the
You
energy
want to
of,
know something? I'm interrupting you.
yeah, no.
I got the sense that you did not completely reject your culture in terms of that. I got the sense of that, which is why I didn't push back at all. But do you think I cannot use you as an example is what I'm saying.
You can. I still believe that even if you are a good parent, you shouldn't expect that.
You don't think there is an obligation?
I don't think
we're not talking about the parent expecting anything. We're talking about, do you think there is an obligation?
I think there shouldn't be an obligation, but there is.
Wait, so you wouldn't judge someone who as morally bad who doesn't help their parents who help them?
Okay, so I would judge them, but I will not say they owe their parents something. I still don't believe they're obligated to. I would still judge them because I think
that's what I mean, though. That's what I mean by it.
Because I genuinely think if you raise your kid right and you provide them with love, they will not like leave you stranded.
Yeah, because you provided them with love.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you are in agreement. When you were talking, you overtly disagreed, But when I was reading into what you were saying, and I shouldn't do this, I try not to do this. I didn't push back because I kind of knew where you were coming from, and I know we didn't disagree. Yeah, I knew we didn't disagree.
do because I still
You
don't.
think we do, but if you are going to judge someone as being morally wrong for not caring for the parent who cared for them and gave them everything, and they believe that the parent is good, if you judge them as morally wrong, then we don't disagree. You can call it whatever you want to call it after that, but we don't disagree.
Right, but like Prince
We're
Petty
on the same
said,
camp.
like
Halima.
like Prince Petty said, I will be, what's that word you used yesterday? Compelled. Okay. I will be compelled to judge them because morally I feel like if people do good for you, you should do good back to them.
Yeah.
However, logically, I'm not judging them because I don't believe in pro quo when it comes to parent-child relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to push back on you because the difference in degree for me here doesn't matter.
But can we agree that it's not a quid pro quo dynamic? Quid
To
pro
me,
quo is it's literally act for act. It's not, that wouldn't be quid pro quo. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not even transactional. It really is symbiotic.
Yeah, agreed, by the way. Can we agree that, Helena? Like, it's
sure.
all right. Melinda, were you one of the people who said no?
I was famous. Hello, first of all, everybody. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Wait,
So I was
before
saying,
you do go,
sure.
Marla, were you one of the people up here that said no?
I in the chat, I was 50-50. Just
I'm going to let you have a minute to speak,
okay.
and then I'm going to remove you.
Sure,
Before
that's
you go,
fine.
welcome, Monique. Welcome. Go ahead.
In the conversation of obligated and versus compelled, the way I was discussing it with my family today is that, let's say you have a husband and it's Valentine's Day, and then they're at the grocery store and then they see like flowers. So on one hand, they can feel like they're obligated to buy flowers because it's Valentine's Day, or it can be just another Tuesday, they're shopping and they're like, oh my God, like I feel compelled to buy these flowers today. So this is how we were discussing. I'm a little nervous, but this is how we were discussing the compelled versus obligation, because that's how I think the words really.
I won't change compelled. I won't change obligation or owed. Those are the
Right.
words I think you owe. And the reason I think you owe in the way I'm defining it is if you don't do this, then you are morally wrong.
I do agree with that. I mean, ultimately, after thinking about it from the conversation yesterday, and I'm like, what, I do feel that way, that you should, out of respect and like a duty for your family and respect for your elders. That's how I was raised, that it's expected of me to be that person for you when you're older. So ultimately, that's that. I was just bringing like the obligation and the compelled thing into the conversation just to kind of clear it up a little bit. But that's it. That's my minute.
Yeah. Well, you are not. No. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
No one is going to be compelled because, like, we can't make anyone do anything. So when I say compelled and it's going to be from a moral standpoint where there is a moral judgment in the absence of the action. Is there anyone else before I go to Melinda? Like, I'm going to give it 2 more seconds or until the end of Melinda's statement, and we're going to move on from it, because I do have something that I need to say, and it will probably hurt a lot of people feelings.
I just have one thing to say with respect to like semantics. It just reminded me. Can we? Is it possible? Because Halima, you used the word specifically. Would we be able to expulse the word entitlement completely and entirely out of this discourse? Because I don't think that entitlement is the right word. Entitlement it's an unjustified feeling or assertion that something needs to be done. And I feel that That's not what we're describing. That's not what we're talking about. And I also think that in terms of the symbiotic relationship that we're calling for, it wouldn't be unjustified, right? Someone loving and taking care of you and providing for you, it's not an unjustified expectation to think that they would do the same for you one day. So can we omit?
Wait, no, wait. I don't want to push back at all. I want to understand, because I decided yesterday to not say this because I realized it was heated and people are like, oh my God, logical, extreme. Everyone is like, you cut people off. And I've always been cutting people off, but I think people were fine with it once they weren't on the side of the person getting cut off. Orange Pill talks about how I test his logic with hypotheticals, and everyone seemed fine with it when I did it to him. But then everyone was upset. Yes, not everyone, at least 30% of the chat was upset yesterday when I was testing other people's logic. And so it's very much like I'm in a position now where it's a very odd position for me to be in, where it was once okay, but it's not okay once you're on the side of the person being quote unquote grilled. And that for me is a problem. But it's a problem that we will work through to the extent that we want to work through it. But I do need to I'm going to continue with one more thing that I decided not to do because it was too heightened yesterday. Melinda.
Sorry about that. I was getting a call just as I was talking to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I think I know I want to say this. Please, it's easy to say don't worry about it, but I think that yesterday had some undertones and it was a little underbelly to how they were reacting. And I think that they're projecting onto you some things they feel about someone else. So that's where that went, because to me, I could watch this and see, okay, this isn't really about what Themis is saying. This went in another direction. So they started to use that as a platform to kind of attack you on maybe just, I guess, a collaboration. So with someone, that's what I think, first of all. Because I think that to me, it may be the attorney in you, but I do that too. I interrupt because I want to get, when someone says something, I want to say, well, look, okay, now let's get this together. Are you really saying this? And now we move on, because I want to make sure that that's what you really said. That's what, you made a statement. I want to make sure but that's just what conversation is. Other cultures even talk this way and no one complains about that. It's people talk with their hands and they get loud and it looks like they're fighting, but it's conversation. So I don't know why we have to be so, I guess, soft about this, but that's that. I wrote a few things down about what you were saying yesterday. So I think, like, okay, my grandmother raised me. I'm not going to go into that, but a lot of parents and let's say there's two parents raising their child. What I've noticed is that they just give of their kids and they don't have any expectations. I've never been a parent. I've never given birth to anyone, but I think that it's just on good people who parent, they just give. And they get uncomfortable when their children give back to them. Even there was an actress saying that she tried to pay for dinner. Her parents were offended. Now, it's one thing if you want to, show appreciation when your parent gets old and they become, they're in, let's say, maybe a care, needing extra care. I've seen people who had those good parents that they do give. We're not even talking about them. I think that, unless they have a child who went bad and the child doesn't, really help, but then that parent takes up for that child who can't really give. But I think that's natural to want to help the people who helped you. What I was talking about was, go ahead.
Yeah,
what I was talking about was, I have to be careful. Oh, go ahead.
That is an agreement with me, though. With that statement that you just made is in agreement with me. And for people saying their parents who want and expect, I don't care what the parents want or expect. This had nothing to do with the parents' wants or expectation. It has everything to do with the feeling of moral obligation on the child, not what the parent want. Continue.
Okay. And that's my thing. I'm not sure it's even a moral obligation at this point. And let me explain why. Let's say that I've seen situations where like the parent who probably maybe didn't even do a lot for their child, they have expectations that the child should do this for them.
Wait, 1 minute. Jason, you're new here, and it looks like you might just come in and leave. If you're not trolling, please come up. I would love to speak to you. Here's the link. Go ahead. Sorry, I could not let that go.
No problem. So let me make this quick because I'll write little points down because I'll forget. So what I was saying is basically that people who have like, let's say you've been raised in the 2-parent household and things are pretty stable, and the parents realize I had you to give. There's a natural something to people who give birth. You see the little animals, they care for their young. I don't think there may not even be an expectation for the child to do back for them, but the child does. I think that culturally, I dated a Nigerian guy a long time ago, and what I saw was that their parents, that's their birth family is their first. They usually really think about them first, and I think everyone who's raised that way, they get it. But when you get into another system where the parents are the givers, and they don't have that expectation of the children giving back to them, that's where it goes differently. People do have children. I'm trying to see what I said about the Nigerian guy. Like his sister came down, she had a baby, and she stayed for months. I was shocked at that. I was shocked at that because it's like I felt like he was tired all the time. He was exhausted. She had a baby. Her husband was back in Nigeria, and it was just I didn't understand that. But again, that's cultural. But I understand that from where you are, you might have children and for them to take care of you one day, because in this country there's Social Security. So we have to look at where we are too. So we can't shame people because of where they've been raised up. Your Social Security were your children when you came from other countries. You had children because this was your Social Security. You knew they would help and take care of you, and the kids were raised that way. So, but when it comes to I guess us here, I'm careful about saying this to our people because, look, we're the same people. But I'm saying because we were in different places. Okay, Tyler, I gave an example in the chat yesterday. Tyler Perry's dad, horribly abusive. I mean, it's I cringe when I think about him talking about him, abuse of mom and him. And so Tyler was like, and I got him a nice apartment, and I guess something really nice. He has maybe a maid and all these things. And his dad said, well, if I'd known you were going to be this successful, I'd have beat you more. So what I'm saying is we teach for people who aren't raised up in that, you teach a kind of, you teach them how to accept abuse. So when I hear even women who are abused by family members, they're buying them a car.
Coco, the attorney, yes, you can come up quickly.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm saying that I'm just careful because I don't agree with it for where I think, because most people aren't having that. So this is why I think we end up forgiving people, and because I think that we feel like we're blessed more if we do this. But I really think that with us, it's more of not with you, Themis. I really do, but I think that you've had such a decent family that it just comes natural for you to do. I'm really saying that. I mean that. But I'm saying that. Go ahead. That's it.
All right. Coco, the attorney, please come quickly because after I make this statement, we're going to end this, read the super chat, and get into it. All right. Coco, the attorney, is a bit slow in coming
Was
up.
anything impressed upon you? What I just said, things. Do you see anything any differently? And I'm just really anything.
I mean, I don't think we disagree. I think you were talking about possibilities of why we have children in certain circumstances, and then culturally here why we either do a certain thing or don't, and the systems in place currently that could suffice for or protect you instead of your child having to prepare for you or take care of you.
Yes, and I also read where, and I understand that why, like Caribbean Negroes versus the ones here, why there is a difference in that, and that was I was shocking me. I was like, oh my God, that's right. Why there's a whole difference in mentality and practice.
Yeah, but I'm
Go ahead.
thinking about good parents. So let me just say this, because I'm just going to go ahead and come out with it. Oh, Coco, the attorney is here. Go ahead, Coco, the attorney. You have 3 minutes. 2 minutes. I don't know why I just said 3.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Hey beautiful Black people, how y'all doing?
Doing
Anyways.
well. How are you?
I'm good. So I was here in the chat yesterday and just observing. So I think it is a little bit of a semantic issue because I am a person that is disagreeing with you. There is a little bit of a semantic issue, which we can all just agree that what you said is, if you are a good parent, should the children reciprocate by caring for you in your adult age and whatever? There was one thing.
Go ahead. Sorry.
There was one thing that we lightly touched on, and I think, is it Melinda? I'm sorry, I don't know. Was just speaking about, I think this may also be a cultural thing. So
I hope not. But yeah, I hope not, but yeah.
A cultural thing in this aspect only. So I am a descendant of American slaves, and I think underneath it all, it's not a semantic issue over the word obligation. I think it's a semantic issue over what is a good parent, because in Black American culture, sometimes we define good parents as people who are not good parents.
Yeah, but I try to remove that by allowing the child to determine exposed whether the parent is good.
But I think so many of us have trauma around parenting, whether it's our parents or parents in the community, that people are not moving past that. And so the argument is really coming from, they think they're going unseen when the conversation isn't about them.
Yes.
So I think that is where it's coming from.
Yeah, which is why so there's a couple of things here. I'm not a psychologist, but I actually found it really disheartening when we weren't able to separate our own experience to articulate that which is our responsibility in the alternative, right? And so, like, multiple people came up here and were talking about how terrible the appearance were. And it felt odd for me to say stop, even though I finally did, because it wasn't about your bad parent. It was
right, and about, I think what triggered them about that, and they couldn't get to the point of, at this point, we're not talking about that, is that in the Black community, in the Black American community, when you do try to label things as bad parenting, people tell you to shut up, and that you should excuse your being parented badly because your parents provided. So it kind of is in our community, the more your parents were there for you financially, the less of a leeway you get to say, hey, but these other things are missing. So in our community, we place so much on basic needs and half the basic needs that when someone says, hey, you being emotionally neglectful or you being self-centered or you being abusive is bad, they don't ever get that platform to say this is bad behavior. And I think they were fighting for space to be held.
No. Yeah. No.
What about guardians? What about guardians? You know, again, what is parents?
No. I respect what Coco is saying, because it, like, as I was thinking afterwards, this is what I came to. How dare you, not how dare you, but I would rather talk about the bigger problem, which is the fact that we have so many terrible parents. Why are we talking about what to do about good parents and helping good parents? And I'm like, okay, we can do a separate live on that. But what Coco is saying is, no, this might be my only opportunity to talk about the poor parenting and how we need to approach parenting. And so why are we talking about the good parent? Even Prince Petty said something about to that effect about why focus on that small amount when we have a bigger problem, right?
But can I speak to that
Wait,
though?
no. I'm going to end it because it's 30 minutes and I wanted to end it at 30 minutes. So let me say what I'm going to say now. It is very strange to have people who recognize that, or at least articulate that Black men in the Black community do not feel an obligation to the Black community and will up and leave the Black community, will also hold the position that they do not have an obligation to their family. Extend that logic to people within the community, and what you have is a bunch of people who feel no responsibility to the community. Let's step back. If you do not find it morally wrong that your parents who cared for you and gave you everything that you needed, and you think that they are good people, you didn't have a choice to be in their life and they chose to put you there. Similarly, you did not have a choice in being Black, right? So it's strange to me that we will sit here and say we can't make a moral judgment on children who grow up in good family and they were poured into and loved and cared for. And we are like, oh, I don't like the word obligation. The word obligation makes me feel whatever if I choose to give back to my family. Well, here's the thing. If you do not feel an obligation to give back to your parents who you think are good people, and that is the first basis within a society, right? That's the first kind of social bond and connection we have. What makes you think anyone is going to think about a Black community? It is by happenstance, if in our minds, if we didn't choose our parents, then we definitely didn't choose to be Black. So I cannot come on here and sit and say, oh, you don't have an obligation to your parent that you can see it all good. I can't say that and then also ignore the reality that there are people here saying, oh my God, you don't have an obligation. I can't say that and feel comfortable doing that. I'm glad that the poll showed that 70% actually agreed with me and 30% didn't, because I was getting really confused as to how we expect people to care about a Black community. And maybe you guys don't expect people to care about the Black community, but if we expect people to care about a Black community, I don't think that logically follows that you should care about a Black community, but you shouldn't care about your family. You shouldn't have an obligation, not care. You should not have an obligation to the family that raised you, but you should have an obligation to a Black community. Like, what?
No, Themis, that's not what we're talking about, though. Those people do give back to their parents.
Wait, pause. I asked for people to come up and explain it, and I mostly became quiet because I wanted to make sure that I understood the argument made, and correct me if I'm wrong now. Correct me if I am wrong. Prince Petty is here. Prince Petty, here is the link. Please come forward if you feel so obliged. The argument made was, I did not choose to be in this family. I did not choose. My parents chose to have me, and it was selfish, and they did whatever, right? So they need to take care of me. You did not choose to be Black. And if you didn't choose your parents, you definitely didn't choose to be Black. So if you don't care for a family who cared for you, why then would we expect people to care about a community? That doesn't make sense to me. If the basis for our life, if the basis for our care, if the basis for who we are is to be neglected, or at least there's no obligation there, and you don't judge people morally wrong, you don't say they're morally wrong for not pouring back into the system that created them, that is their family, I'm not quite sure how we can make a judgment on people who don't pour into a community that is even further detached than their family. Now go ahead, Melinda, explain.
Yes, I'm saying I don't even want to say that wasn't my understanding. What I'm saying is this: perhaps we have so much more that's not that standard. That's not what's happening to the people who commented. So what I'm saying is everyone I know who had the parents raising them and they gave to them and they poured into them, they do. It's natural to them to help their parents, to give back. That's not what's happening. What we're saying is that we have such a great amount of that's not happening. So I'm saying if I had adopted parents, I'd give to my adoptive parents. So it's coming down to, I see what you mean. If that's what you were thinking, then yeah, that would be kind of, that's not good. But it's the people who did give and did pour into their children, yes, they reap. You reap. It's not you reap what you sow. So if you don't reap, and I don't even think bad parenting is really even subjective. I think that there is a standard. But to me, when I see a person who, I'm getting hoarse now, a person who, let's say, had parents beat them, extension cord, we hear that stuff, and horrible parents, and we see this. And when I hear them kind of ignore the part of them that is their humanity, and they're like, well, I bought my mama a house. It's what is that? Then that's something else. That isn't, I don't think that's an obligation.
No. You're taking a million different steps to get to your conclusion. The only thing that I ask is there an obligation to the parent?
There is not an obligation to care for people who abused you and caused you harm. So trauma.
Wait, why were you talking about abuse and harm? Those aren't good. Wait, those aren't good parents.
Wait, but I
wait, no.
But they're parents.
No,
and people still, some people still give to their parents because they feel obliged.
This is why what Coco said is so fundamentally important, because even you are saying their parents, yeah, their parents, that's fine. We don't care about those parents. Not right now, we don't.
I thought that you did. That's why I responded the way I did. So I'm just saying, just simply being people who give birth.
Wait, no, Melinda, you could not have thought I did.
Well,
I said
because
I kept saying no. I kept saying good parents, and not even good parents by my standards.
Oh, yes.
Good parents by your standard.
Then absolutely, and I said that those people do give back to their parents. They do. So when other person said that they're not, well, no,
relevant. Wait, that's not relevant either. That you do is not the question. It's whether or not there is an obligation morally.
I would say to good parents, yes, there's an obligation morally. I mean, I worked in an nursing home. Yes.
We don't disagree.
Okay.
Okay, but what about parents who, or children who do come from that dynamic?
Right, no, I'm not getting into that one, because
I think it comes natural though.
Yeah, the issue is what I wanted, and I didn't say it yesterday because as I was thinking through this, I realized, okay, we are all too heightened. I am heightened. I kicked someone off, and I didn't feel like it was appropriate the way that I did it, and everything was just a mess. So I was like, okay, let me not throw this in the middle of this heated debate. Let's all take a breath, go back, and come here. And from my understanding of what everyone was saying, it was, I didn't ask to be here. So not everyone, but the people came on. I didn't ask to be here. They brought me here. Even if they're good, I don't owe them anything. That for me taken to the logical extreme. And for people here, you don't get to criticize and say someone is morally wrong for not giving to their community after you've just articulated that a child is not morally obligated to give to the parent for the sole reason is they didn't choose to be here. Well, they didn't choose to be Black either. So there we go. And so I think hopefully moving forward, we are still more thoughtful. I think there is the entitlement is not the issue. The fact that they are bad parents is not the issue. Now I feel obligated to make a live stream where we come on and talk about bad parenting, and that's fine, but that was not the question at all.
I'm dropping down, but I just want to leave with this, Stevens. Thank you for your patience. In the movie Monsters Ball, Billy Bob Thornton's character, he puts his dad in a nursing home. His dad was horrible, virulent racist and everything. And so the person said, well, oh, you must really love your dad. And he says, no, but he's my dad. So that, that's kind of a thing I see a lot of people doing too. That's maybe just more about obligation, even if it wasn't a good parent and that guy was horrible. So, but to the good parents, yes, I do see people giving. It's just natural to them to do for their good parents. That's all I'm saying. That's it. But they are giving. I think that the people who did answer, they were thinking what I was thinking. I literally was thinking that you were like, this. I did think that's Themis, that you were thinking just because of your parent.
No one said that. Not one time.
Yeah, I think
yeah, but
right.
as long as the conversation went on, people were coming up and saying that what they were saying, that even in their, where they come from.
They were hearing what they wanted to hear. And again, as Coco pointed out, there's a degree of trauma. There was this conversation, myself included, it's triggering. Pain, anything that has to do with pain, childhood,
And I'm dropping down.
I think thank you, Melinda. And
can I say one thing? I'm James Baldwin's cousin, Annalise. I'm the one who wrote that to you. So anyway, that's it. We're James Baldwin. We did our family history. That was it. That's me.
What happened, sorry?
That was me when you did the video on James Baldwin and Nikki Giovanni, and I wrote you said, "Oh my God, I found out he's my cousin." That was me.
Hi.
Anyway, okay. Well, bye, y'all.
Bye. Thank you. I also want to shout out to the people in the chat. I appreciate I don't mind being wrong, and I can address it. What I do like more than anything is when people admit they're wrong, or admit they're learning something, or they're thinking through something and they're not quite sure. So I appreciate that. I understand, and I'm glad Coco came up and explained this, because I literally was about to say, how can someone misunderstand when before people came up, I would say directly, if you had good parents, blah, blah, blah. So, and good is not my definition, by your own definition, if they were good, right? But Coco explained how trauma can kick in, and so there's grace. I will give grace for that. Olivia says, I apologize at Themis and Toth. I understand why you use the word own. Oh yeah, it was very specific. Thank you. I don't disagree with it. LOL, because the obligation.
Thing before we go on to the next section, because I'm
wait,
here for
no, I really have.
Because the obligation should be coming from your morals, and I agree with that. Thank you. All right. They said, oh, it's a good one. All right, people love oh now. We're back on track. All right, let's do Annalicia, Coco, Distant Star, and then Halima, and then we're done.
So
with this,
I don't think I'm an anomaly, but I would be someone who does come from trauma, who did not have great parents. But here's the thing, I didn't know that I didn't have a good parent. I didn't know that there were deficits in my mom's parenting. I didn't know that the ways in which we were disciplined was abuse. I didn't know any of these things at all, because we understand what we know and vice versa, right? That was my world. That's all I knew. It wasn't until I got older and I started to have some issues. It wasn't until I got older, or sometimes my friend group widened a little bit and I saw other parents, other familial groups and dynamics. That's when I was able to kind of say to myself, okay, well, maybe my experience is different. And then I got a lot older and I had a lot of issues that were related to trauma. And I really had to analyze things. And once I did that and I realized, okay, so my mom wasn't the best mom, or, things weren't as great as I thought they were, but because it's all I knew, it was my only point of reference. But I still was able to, with therapy and other avenues, I was still able to get to a place where I have a level of understanding, compassion, and empathy, not just for her, but for myself and my siblings. So I definitely belong in the camp in terms of trauma and sometimes being triggered. I belong in that camp, but there are caveats, because I recognize the who, what, when, where, and whys. I recognize how I got to the places that I have been in life. I recognize that for my mom and my siblings. And I'm also able to forgive. I'm also able to love from, even if I'm loving from a distance or at arm's length, I'm able to do those things now. So I don't know. It's interesting to me. But I think that we probably at some point should have this conversation for sure.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Was it Coco the attorney next?
Yes. So I just want to say I love how this is like a continuing conversation, because I feel as though these are kind of like inaugural conversations on us reshaping what is a good parent in the Black community. And I think for so long, and I think that's what is triggering everybody, like I said, and why Melinda defaulted back to arguing about taking care of bad parents, is that when you talk about these things historically, people tell you your parent was good because they had you and they assumed the responsibility, and you was in their house for however long you was in their house, and that's the extent of what a good parent is. And so when we have holistic conversations, and we could have defined it, but you didn't kind of want to define it, which I think kind of further triggered people because they didn't know what to do with defining things for themselves. And then taking into account, they may have unhealed trauma, because, I am a person, I didn't have good parents. I was spoiled and had everything financially. I didn't have good parents, to the nursing home with them. But when you haven't healed to a point to sit through your triggeredness and continue to listen, coupled with you've been told historically your parent was a good parent because they birthed you and assumed responsibility and didn't leave you at the hospital. We have to have more of these conversations to get used to the conversation. And so I'm glad we're having this conversation, because it's moving the needle forward in our community. And for everyone that was triggered, I was triggered for a while too. But when I listened, I was like, oh, he's not talking about my parents. They're nowhere in here. So, if I could imagine what a good parent is, then, that's where the conversation is. So I think the more we have conversations about these things, the more comfortable and less jarring they'll come across, especially because, we're lawyers. We have plain language. Answer the question. Don't pussyfoot around, and get to the meat of the question. But I think we're dealing with matters of trauma in the heart. It's kind of hard to just answer the question without bringing along your baggage. So the more we have these conversations, the better off we'll be.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And you have softened me when you explained, when you came up here initially, because I wanted to drag. And so I'm glad I'm glad, because also it wasn't, I wanted people to receive it well, but I got dragged yesterday for it, so I wanted to return the favor. But
like I said in the private chat, you were coming from a place where a lot of us cannot relate. And if you don't have exercise in thinking outside of yourself, it's going to be very hard to have this conversation and not let your emotions take over.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate
I'm glad I can interpret, that's what I do. I look at it. Yes.
Give it. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
No
Distant Star, 2 minutes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, but it just sounds bourgeois, so 30 seconds.
Is this better?
No. Nope. It got worse.
Oh, dang. Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is it still bad?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I try to come back again. We have an after show.
Okay.
All right. Halima?
Yes. Before I say my last piece, I don't usually like attention on me, so that's why I stutter a lot. But I don't correct Timus on how he pronounced my name, because I think it's kind of cute the way Caribbean people call my name.
No.
But it's Halima. It's
Halima.
Yes. Hi, Upper Unicorn. Okay, that's it. That's all I wanted to do on that side. When it comes to this subject, and I'm not too active on the chat because Ansel may or may not have stalked me on my Instagram. Halima is my real name, so I'm be careful what I say on the chat. When it comes to this subject, my biases was truly robbed and my stance because I did not have the best experience when it comes to childhood. And that experience made me form this idea in my head that when I have kids, I want to have kids solely because I want to show a human being love and not expect anything back. So my idea was also wrapped in my trauma. So I apologize for that. I was being a hard head. But when you explained, like, if you don't feel obligated to do good by your good parents, how can you feel obligated to do good by your community? That just hit me hard. Like, because I had the I had the problem with the word "oh," but honestly, when you explained that, I was like, "Whoa, think about what you're saying." So I changed my mind. I'm learning to.
Yeah.
I feel like I still feel like if you had shitty parents, you don't owe them anything. But if you had good parents by your own standards, I feel like you should do good by them. So thank you for the learning lesson, and good night, everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I love this. Distant star. Let's try one more time.
Is it better?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. Afro Pop is back. Period. Hey. Go
Okay,
ahead.
awesome. Awesome. Okay. The last two speakers, honestly, they really wrapped up a lot of what I was feeling. I feel like, okay, so it's hard to have this conversation, I think, productively without being self-reflective and maybe a little bit vulnerable. So a lot of people are missing that you said good parents. I don't know where that was. I don't know where that came from. That was kind of weird. But my perspective is, as someone who was deeply considering motherhood and having children and what that looks like for me, going to therapy for that and unwrapping this stuff, I think this conversation really pulled up a lot of stuff for me. And I, like the last speaker said, my motivation for children is my own, and I don't want them to feel indebted to me. I don't have that in me. And I understand that you're saying when it comes to community, that did click. That did click for me once you explained it in that way. But when it comes to like me and my own children who came from me, I don't get that. And to me, I do feel like it's selfish too. Like I don't feel like they asked to be here. And so I'm making this decision with the idea that this is something for me. If I become a mom, it's for me. It's not really for them. I don't know if that sounds weird to you. So it is
No, it
interesting
doesn't sound
to
weird
get.
to me. I mean, it can be selfless, selfish. It can be all of those things all in one.
Yeah.
I'm not a woman. I don't have children. So how you experience and want to experience motherhood, I think it's individualized. So
Okay.
I would never. I don't even know how to judge if I wanted to.
Okay. Also, I'm pretty, I would say, financially privileged. I don't think my parents are perfect. If I had to choose good and bad, I would say they did their best, but also my parents aren't going to need me financially as they get older. That is a very privileged position to come from. If they should need me, I will help them. But I will say, I wouldn't say they're good parents if I had to use my own definition, but they weren't bad parents. I know they're humans that did their best, and I would still feel obligated to help them. So I feel
Yeah.
like the question is still odd to me that it has to be, I don't know if it's just me and my brain, but it just feels weird that I have to, who is out here like leaving their parents by the side of the road? I can't really relate to that. So I don't know. In my
That's
ideal
fine.
world, my children will never need me. So
Wait, you said what?
in my ideal world, I will never need my children.
Oh yeah, I mean, hopefully, in the ideal world, my mom would never need me, but if she does, I am there.
Yeah.
I don't know how realistic that is, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have not discussed Andrew Tate and Tory yet. at this point, I'm just like, I feel comfortable. So it's like people are like, oh my God, it's clickbait. I'm like, okay, girl, if it's clickbait, bye. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Distant Star, do you want to help me read the super chats before you leave?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can you read that one for me?
Okay, murder magic tricks. If you can't defend your ideas, then you need to do some personal mental growth. Getting upset because people are asking questions is immature.
Thank you. I agree. Murder magic trick. Hurry up and eat.
They say once a man, two times a child. As I grow up, my parents grow down in health, so it is only fitting that I honor them by caring for them as best I could.
Thank you. Your thing is going out now.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Have a good one. I'll read this one then. The stipulation was good peer. Yes, hurry up and eat. Thank you. I hate reading out loud, by the way. You can read it. Annalise, I don't want to tell you to do it. I'm asking you, and you can say no, and there won't be a problem.
No, I'm going to do it because I have something to say. So, loophole. Hurry up and eat. I do feel obligated to my folk. I was to sit on the ancestral tree comfortably.
Period.
And Gia Home, trauma is the disconnect. Please, people heal. Beautiful. I love it. Also, someone said that trauma, I'll read it later. Themis, I love everything. Oh, true love. Themis, I love everything you're saying. Yesterday left me with a sad feeling. I couldn't even finish the live. I personally feel I owe my mom everything because she gave her everything in raising me, period. Love it.
Yeah, same. I don't know why I saved these. I apologize. I think because something happened in the.
Is this old?
Yeah, the gag. No. I have some more. The gag is Themis was telling a personal story of how he and his mother communicate and how he was somewhat flabbergasted by his white friend's interactions. Yep, I remember that I did tell that story.
Someone said in the chat, life is about getting above traumas. Absolutely. Next combo, can single mothers ever be classified as bad parents? I think not. That's actually really
next Sandra, can single mother ever be classified as a bad parent? Wait,
no, that is a good topic. I'm willing to engage. That's a great topic. Please say hi to Makizam and Arik, my nephews. They're 11. I hope I didn't butcher their names. I'm so sorry.
Wait, uppity, is it Maxim and Arik? Hey, Maxim. Hey, Arik. I hope I pronounced their names correctly. They're both 11. Hey, Maxim and hey, Arik. I hope you guys are having a lovely, lovely time. It's Maxim and Eric. I hope you guys are having a lovely time. You're watching me. If you are, you're 11. I will try not to be boisterous or bombastic.
That's not a problem that you have.
Period. And the last one.
Hurry up and eat. I told my mom on y'all. Period. What did she say?
Period.
Get the hang up.
All right. So we are done. I appreciate that. Anyone who said when Themis said quickly he meant an hour was correct. It's now 58 minutes.
I don't know why even give yourself a timeline.
I don't know. Well, you said you had something to say before we
It was about that comment because I love the fact that there are people in here who do have the introspection and the awareness, because it's true. If you you have to deal with the trauma. And I really like the fact that she said the last caller said she's really considering having a child. I think if anyone's in a position where they're really considering doing something, you're already up. You're already in the positive because you're thinking before you act. But I think specifically in the Black community, if you are considering having kids, and I think a lot of Black women have children, sometimes, and I think this is from a selfless place, but sometimes they want to undo the wrongs in their childhood and they want to be the mother or the parent that they didn't have. I would still say that if you are considering having a child and you didn't have an ideal childhood, and there's trauma, to address the trauma first. Because you can't really, you could be alive, but you're not living if you're not addressing the trauma. I'm sorry.
No, agreed. I am pro addressing trauma. Again, I ask, would anyone feel this strongly if the word parent was not involved? I don't think so. But Coco, the attorney, I don't think she meant to, but I don't know if she knew how helpful her statement was to me. I truly appreciate the symbiotic relationship that exists, because like I couldn't understand how everyone kept going back and defaulting to their own experience with parents when I'm talking about not yours. So when she explained it, and maybe someone else had said it before, but the way she said it, like it made sense to me. Like something about how she delivered it connected. So
that might be for you. She's a lawyer, you're a lawyer. I don't know. Maybe you guys are speaking on a different frequency, because a lot of people said it. Like, I thought that we kind of all knew it yesterday. But I think we were also kind of pushing the, we were focused on clarifying things rather than zooming out and trying to identify why clarifying things wasn't helping.
Yeah. And I think we are victims. But I also don't like being a victim. So what I can be delusional. What you drinking, TMF? Actually Gatorade. All right. Now let's get into the mess. Now that we've gotten through the serious part, let's get into some actual mess now. As always, reading super chats after each segment. The Andrew Tate was arrested. So Andrew Tate was arrested, and there is something wrong, right? There is something absolutely wrong when the people if you're a group and the people you are pedestalizing and the people who are leading you are going to prison. And like, there's nothing funny. Again, I only laugh because I don't know what to do with my emotional discomfort. So for me, I'm not laughing because, oh my God, this is funny. I'm laughing because, like, this is so strange. This is awkward. This is annoying. So the first thing I decided to do was sit back like yesterday, and I decided, you know what, let me go do some research on Andrew Tate. And there is one video that is so very well done. Like, I was doing a slideshow. You guys know me and my PowerPoints on here. I was doing a slideshow, and I was trying to prepare a slideshow, and then I found this video in my research, and I just deleted my slideshow. I've decided that we're going to watch this video. Now, he and his brother were arrested in Romania. We'll get into it. But before we get to the actual video that tells us his backstory, one of the videos I found was Abba and Preach. The only reason I'm playing the Abba and Preach video, because they also did a video regarding him being arrested, and I find it quite interesting, their take. So this video is entitled Andrew Tate, Is He a Danger? High Value Man 2.0. So we're going to watch a little bit of this. And then we are going to talk. By the way, let's try not to, like, the word gaslight. Everyone's like, oh my God, Themis is gaslighting. I feel like we are just deciding to overuse that word. Just generally, I'm done with the earlier conversation. I'm trying to have standards, expectations, and boundaries on this channel. So, like, let's move on from it. You guys can talk about it in the comment, but please don't get mad when I refuse to respond, because we have moved on. Sorry. Not sorry.
Today's topic. Everybody wanted us to cover the Andrew Tate stuff, so I decided to do a little bit of a deep dive to learn. So I did the research, and the big thing that kept coming up, I saw Ethan Klein, I saw a bunch of other YouTubers calling him a human trafficker, so I looked into it. And I'll be honest with you, the evidence that he's a human trafficker is extremely flimsy. So the two tales are, one, he ran away from the UK because he was a human trafficker. Guys, if you think that the police in the UK really believe he's a human trafficker, how did he visit recently? How did he visit over the last few years and gone back constantly? Let me tell you something. If you're suspected of something serious, right? If they have hard evidence, you can't just willy-nilly re-enter the country whenever you want. Okay, it's just so stupid. No. And then the other one was like,
none of this works like that.
There's two sides of the story. I'm gonna give you both sides. The girl's side of the story in Romania is that she was lured by Andrew Tate's brother to come down there, okay, because
we're not getting into that story yet. We'll let that be. So their argument is the evidence is flimsy. Obviously, he's not a human trafficker because he can go into the UK and he can travel around Europe. What they didn't say is that he was under investigation. That's the part that's really annoying. So the reality is, this man has a private jet or access to a private jet, and there are ways to move around without being seen if you don't want to be seen. So I only play that because we're going to go back to them, because I love when things age like milk. And I love an aging like milk moment. So we're going to go back to them. But anywho, because he was just arrested and they came back out with another video. And I actually really want to go to their video now just to juxtapose it. But I think a lot of us don't know who Andrew Tate is. I have decided that I wasn't going to invest in him. I saw him pop up and people were like, oh my God, a black man. And I was like, yeah, no. This is we're gonna have to get into a race conversation later, but I promise you he's not black. He's more white than black, if anything. I think his dad is biracial, his mom is white, and you guys say he's black, but period, one drop rule, not policing blackness right now. I have a video coming out next month, which is next week. So we'll talk about that. But let's get into who Andrew Tate is, this person who did this video. His name is Patrick CC. This is not my video. Let's get into it. Annalicia, thank you for staying up. I sent out the link, but no one else came. So let's watch together and then talk.
More people are searching for him than Kim Kardashian, the NHL, Joe Biden, and the entire country of Romania, which is where he currently resides. He gained over 2 million followers in the past few weeks, and that doesn't even represent how much dominance he's had over all of social media in the past few months. Why? Well, every couple of years, social media gets introduced to a new self-proclaimed alpha male, red pill finance expert who flaunts his lifestyle and work ethic, who is idolized by a community of other males online. But Andrew is not just a typical phony that's pretending to be something he's not for a little bit of YouTube views and Instagram followers. He really is a multimillionaire. He really is a kickboxing world champion, but he's also accused of being a money laundering Romanian mafia ally who runs a global sex trafficking business while selling his Make Money Fast course, dubbed Hustlers University, to his millions of followers. Most videos covering Tate.
I looked into that course and it is a multi-level marketing scheme. I'm not going to say it's a pyramid scheme because the pyramid scheme is illegal, and I don't want to get sued, but
That's what I'll say it. Since I don't have enough.
No, because like they said, I could be held accountable for what you say here. Absolutely not. You won't say it. You can say allegedly.
Allegedly, absolutely. Allegedly is. Absolutely, allegedly.
No. As an attorney that don't fly in my platform, I'm going to say nope. He allegedly is giving very much pyramid scheme vibes. And that's his Hustler University. And we'll get into how much $1,000 people are paying. Yeah, wait. Y'all are paying thousands and thousands of dollars to gurus to teach y'all how to do nothing. Period.
It's $50 a month.
Yeah, and there's an affiliate link where if you have someone sign up for it, you get $5. This is allegedly based on my research, right? So you get $5 as the affiliate in the first month, and then every month after that you get nothing, and he gets $50 per month, and you only get $5 per recommended. Y'all play too much. Like, I didn't even know all of this. I'm reading through and I'm looking through his site. I literally was like, should I even sign up for the course to go look into it? And I was like, I'm not about to do this. Like, I'm not going to pay $1,000. Like, first, I'm not paying $50 for anything. And the whole meetup, meet and greet thing, I'm not going to do. He even have like courses on how to get women to make content online for you to make money, which is straight up, in my opinion, pimping. Like, I'm watching this man and he's online confessing to crimes. He's online confessing to things that I think are crime. If he did some of the things he confessed to doing online, it's very strange to me. He admits to being in business with the Romanian mafia. Who does this on, like, I am, anywho, let's continue. We're not there yet. We're not at that point yet.
Wait, and can I just say that if
Yeah, go
sorry,
ahead.
if a fraudulent and to me absolutely nefarious look at the way that he looks. Oh my, okay. If they're coming out with a program and it's called Hustlers University, yeah, you're getting hustled. You're getting hustled. That's the gag. Okay, people?
Here's the thing. I don't know this as a fact, but when the product itself isn't where the money is, but the referral, that's called something that's very illegal. So I'm just gonna move on. Oh God, I can't. Y'all be paying for anything at this point.
Stuff he says for views.
If my chick said I want to do OnlyFans, I'm like, all right, then cool, go do it. How much you made? 10 grand, all right, give me 8. All right, cool.
Why would, what woman is going to give you 8 grand?
Because you're my woman, you're doing OnlyFans, you're selling my product.
Your product.
Yes, correct. Next question.
No.
So if she is dating a girl who has an OnlyFans, they have to give him 80% of what they make because they're selling, quote, his product. Y'all play too much. This is out of his own mouth.
No, listen, wherever you are in that jail cell, slap yourself. Slap yourself, sir.
That's the world we live in now. Females are entitled and fucking lazy. Another thing I learned is that women are only loyal to the dick they're sucking.
He says these shocking and bewildering ideals to get a rise out of people. Those reactions, whether they're good or bad, lead to more views and obviously fame and followers, a strategy as old as time.
I know exactly what I'm talking about all of the time.
He isn't playing a character. He does believe what he says, but the way he says these things is calculated. You can find hours and hours of content where he sits down and talks about things like, should you let your girlfriend go to the club? And can your girlfriend have a guy best friend? But I want to go deeper. Where does this behavior come from? Why does he have all these shocking allegations against him? Let's take a look at the dark side of Andrew Tate. Andrew's father, Emory Tate, was described by his peers as somewhat of a superhero. He was a staff sergeant in the U.S. Air Force. He was fluent in Russian, Spanish. He picked up fighting around age 15, which became his new passion. Fighting and chess are similar in two ways. Each sport is a one-on-one battle between two people. Amateur record in the MMA Ultimate Warrior Challenge in the UK. In his pro MMA debut, he knocked out Shane Kavanaugh. However, he stuck to kickboxing since he made more money from it. In his International Sport Kickboxing Association career, he lost his first 2 fights, then went on a 4 consecutive win streak before getting a title shot against Paul Randall in 2009. He won the Cruiserweight Championship in this bout, then he defeated Daniel Hughes for the IKF Cruiserweight title. But before social media dominated our world, someone like Andrew had to resort to more classic media like radio and TV to get his name out there and promote fights. Around 2009, he explored the world of reality TV. The Ultimate Traveler was the first show Andrew appeared on. The concept was 6 amateur backpackers competing for $12,000 by trying to navigate Indonesian challenges with no knowledge of the country. On this show, it was clear Andrew was the same guy he is now, just not a millionaire.
Me and her have completely opposite trade-offs, and she wants the executive class and you know, and a nice hotel, etc. And she expects me to front that with my travel of the week money, but I'm not going to. Chloe's really broken. She keeps dropping hints, but it doesn't matter how many hints she drops. I'm not going to spend money unless I want to.
His brother Tristan, who had a very similar life path, was on Shipwrecked, an island survival reality show. The two became go-tos in Europe reality TV for producers that needed tenacious and cocky young men. He got a shot.
All right, so the trend here is they were trying to build a brand using reality TV. And as you will see, a lot of that, a lot of what happens is there's a lot of testing of random different things to see what's stuck. What's stuck, well, crypto will come up at some point, but what stuck ultimately was the gender war and the manosphere. And being very, I used the word bombastic earlier. I think that is a perfect word to describe this kind of persona, which is why, like, this is so bad. I can watch Kevin Samuels and pick it apart. I cannot watch this guy. Like, and maybe I'm just not alpha enough, but I will watch him for 2 seconds and click off. So this is why I've never, until like this week, I've never done like a video on this person. They deplatformed him, and I said that in passing. Never really watched him because I couldn't listen to him.
Also,
Out at the ISKA World.
You said also?
I said he found a lane, and it's the acute exploitation of women, and obviously misguided young men.
Yeah. Before the men, he used women to make money. So they're going to get into how he took girlfriends and made the girlfriends performed for the camera, essentially what he said, and then took money and paid them out of the money they earned. I don't know much about pimping, but this is how I see pimping. So this man, Patrick, who did this video, it's not mine, I'm watching someone else's video, and they did a really amazing job. I actually kind of feel terrible watching this. I'm trying to do it not in full. I will drop the link for you guys to go watch it. It was very, very well done. Like when I say I was doing my own research and I just stopped when I found this and I was like, period. Verified most of this. Others I don't have to verify because he literally admits most of the he literally out of his own mouth says what people accuse him of doing, at least in this video.
And let me just say that is a manosphere thing. All they do is tell on themselves. That's it. If they open their mouths, they're going to tell on themselves, and they're walking, talking red flags. I love it. So just pay attention.
I hate that he has such a nice. I can't with y'all. Y'all need to stop in this chat.
World light heavyweight title on a 3-day notice against Frenchman Jean Benoit. He lost. However, his team submitted a video of the fight and demanded a rematch, in which he was granted, and won the second time by knockout in the 8th round, making him world champion for the very first time.
This is Andrew Tate. I am the ISKA kickboxing world champion, the ISKA world's most amazing person. Funny, tall, muscly.
By the time he was 27, he had multiple world titles and successfully defended them. He had a number of different fights in different leagues all around the world, such as Infusion Live, IKF, and ISKA.
This is a world title, and this means that I am the best kickboxer. It keeps me focused and keeps me occupied in life.
It was time to build his empire. In 2015, he quit fighting to solely focus on making money. He sat down with his brother Tristan and said, "How can we get rich?" They spent countless hours on YouTube, researching the Federal Reserve, banking institutions, inflation, investing, and how money works. One day while scrolling through the internet, he saw an ad, "Talk to Live Girls Now," which brought him to a live stream where you can communicate with a real woman. He immediately realized the opportunity of creating a webcam business because he conveniently had 6 girlfriends in different countries. Evidently, being a world-class athlete gets women very interested in you, even if you aren't rich. He told them all to fly to London because he had a business proposal. When they got there, they all looked at each other shocked. 2 of them felt betrayed and left. 4 of them heard his business plan, and only 2 of them stayed. So it was just the Tate brothers and their 2 girls. The girls would do their thing on camera, chat with the men. They had a keyboard that was unplugged, but Andrew would sit behind the computer off camera and talk to the men in the live chat, pretending to be the girls, and they would do things or say things in exchange for money. He said he was...
Wait, y'all are talking to Andrew Tate thinking you're talking to women.
Wait a minute, did I hear that? I did not know this. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, so he would have the women perform on camera, but he would be the one in the chat room responding to men. Allegedly.
Let me tell you something. This is someone who wants. Listen.
Imagine. No, don't imagine it. Actually, go ahead.
People are saying that's weird. That's sick. This is someone who wants to be. Listen, unpopular take. This is someone who wants to be with men. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
People said that this is daddy issues. I think he has.
I don't care who he want to be with. I'm just concerned with the fact that imagine you're seeing this woman that you're talking to or whatever, doing what you're doing, and you're like messaging her thinking you're talking to her, but there's a 6'3" man behind the computer.
I feel sick. I didn't know this. I already thought that he was a psychopath, but I didn't know this. This is sick.
Told you all that this Rara was gonna tag them as marks. Those women are the stupid prize. Nothing to see here. Look. I cannot. Yeah, how are you? I can't. I would want to sue someone.
Generating around $3,000 per day.
And once the girls aren't, they could do it themselves. Then I thought, I need some more chicks.
In order to grow his business efficiently, he needed to hire women who would offer themselves for his service, but not have the ambition or expertise to build a website, run ads to get traffic, and converse with men online, maintain their finances, pay for the internet, and all the overhead that goes along with running an online business.
A cam girl is much more a therapist than she is a porn star. Like, she can make so much money from showing her whatever, but she makes the big money from making these guys like her, being funny, banter.
Basically, he was building what exists on Twitch today in the hot tub section. At his peak, he had 75 women working for him at 4 different locations. However, this was a huge mistake, according to him.
75 women worked for me at the peak of it all. But that was a mistake, because when you have a bunch of girls working for you like that, the only way you can motivate them is with money. When I started, the girls worked for me because they loved me, right? That's the old school pimp game, isn't it?
Downsizing to just
Okay, I promise I didn't hear that. So he just admits to being a pimp. So when I say you are a pimp, Andrew Tate, you can sue me because by your own admission, you are a pimp. So from here on now, I can call you a pimp without saying allegedly, because by your own admission, you called yourself a pimp. And I believe what you told me about yourself, so you are a pimp. So Andrew Tate, the multimillionaire pimp, period.
8 women, 4 of which were his girlfriends, and 4 were his brother Tristan's girlfriends, was when they all worked together to make the most money they ever had. Since they were all motivated, and in his words, in love with him, they were able to generate $400,000 per month with his online cam business.
That when a girl worked for me, it was 50-50. So the girls who loved me and worked for me, my main girlfriends, they'd get probably around 20% of their money. I'd keep 80% of the money they made.
Some people immediately look at this and think, well, he's a pimp, insinuating that these women are afraid of him, and he's forcing them into doing work that they don't want to do.
People have this idea that, oh, you're a pimp, you just get these girls, you say, work, and they're scared of you, and they just work. It's bullshit. I was doing this in London. A girl could have walked out the door any day, called the police on me any day, and they didn't. They wanted to be with me because they genuinely...
This is not true. One of the women did call the police on him. This is why he moved from London. Again, by his own, like, he is the one who is talking. Like, no one is like going through his trash and breaking into his home and stealing his computer. He's admitting all of this. First, he's like, why are people calling me a pimp? Well, sir, because you describe what a pimp does. Also, you called yourself a pimp. Additionally, pimps don't always lock the door and trap women in, right? What was that book? There was this really famous book. I forgot the Black author. He was a pimp and he wrote about it and it became a part of the culture. I was reading part of it, never finished it, but it was about making some of these women feel like you are in a relationship with them and that you love them and that they're doing this to support both of you. And then you do that multiple times, and when they're so far in it, they don't want to leave. There's a whole psychology behind it that a lot of these men probably could have been really amazing business people if they would focus on business instead of trying to manipulate other people to do their own work. That's not neither here nor there. Let's continue.
Understood that their life was better if they obeyed me.
Olivia, Jesus Christ, I was the second man she ever in her whole life, man. It hurt her at every moment that I was doing it, but it felt good for me, so who gives a shit?
Andrew uses strong words like obey me, which is what tends to get him in trouble a lot. His strong diction indicates he is totalitarian and dictator-like, but some people argue that he just speaks as clearly and directly as he can. If he said, my girls trusted my ambition and leadership, people might not be as shocked. But when you read what he wrote on his website, it insinuates that his girlfriends were coerced into working for him and maybe didn't leave because of fear. I've had over 75 girls work for me, and my business model is different than 99% of webcam studio owners. Over 50% of my employees were actually my girlfriend at the time, and none were in the adult entertainment industry before they met me.
Romeo pimps use Romeo. Yeah, this is sick. He's even pointing out that like a lot of these women were never in the adult entertainment industry. So you coerce them in some ways to being in there. I'm not willing to say force yet until after this case.
But it's this psychological, they trap you psychologically. They don't have to, there's no lock and key. Psychologically, it's already locked. They have the key. It's like, this is sick. I don't even feel good right now.
Yeah.
Sick.
Someone said iceberg swim. This is the author. Yeah.
I also do have to say, I have, actually, I'll save that for something. I'll save that for later. But this is making me really uncomfortable. And I come from, like, there are legit pimps in my family. Legit.
Yeah, that's the like, just now.
This is disgusting.
Sadly, in 2015, Emery Tate passed away unsuspectedly during a chess match in California. He was 56 years old. May he rest in peace. Now retired from fighting, he needs to occupy his time. He gets invited to do the show Big Brother UK for its 17th season. The format of the show is very similar to a typical reality series. A bunch of contestants in a house. They have to do challenges to maintain a status in the house. One person gets...
With my webcam money, tens of thousands of dollars of Bitcoin. My net worth would be half of what it is if I'd never invested in cryptocurrency. But at the time, I didn't see it as an investment. I was in a world where the people I was dealing with took crypto. It was easier for me to take their crypto than to take big bank payments.
They didn't buy into crypto because they were savvy investors. They insinuated that the business people they were dealing with preferred to use an untraceable and encrypted payment method. Spending tens of thousands of dollars of Bitcoin led them to getting filthy rich, kind of by accident. For the next couple of years, Andrew casually flaunted his lifestyle on Instagram while being very openly supportive of Donald Trump and the MAGA community. He has been seen having dinners and meetings with famous right-wing journalists and politicians. Obviously, this made him a lot of enemies online and became the self-proclaimed king of toxic masculinity. However, he ran into a major problem that almost destroyed his cam business. Tate owned a 10-bedroom house that became the workspace for these women. He kept food and alcohol in the house so that they could loosen up for work.
The girls used to drink, and this one girl drank too much wine. She threw up everywhere. I told her to clean up. She started giving me some attitude, so I took all her shit, threw out the window. Got her 2 arms, took her ass, put her outside my door.
The girl demanded that he pay her the 1,000 euros that she was owed, and he didn't. Then 3 months later, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the English police raided his house. They took $100,000 worth of electronics, computers, cameras, and phones, and opened an investigation on him. Apparently, the woman just said that he hit her, and that prompted this raid.
Door comes off the hinges, boom, police bust in, fully armored, helmet.
However, every single girl that was in the house defended Andrew and said that he did not hit her, and that she was lying. The woman even admitted to lying about the situation, but it still took him 2 years and $450,000 in legal fees for the case to close and for him to not be charged with any crimes. This situation prompted his move to Romania, which was the ideal place for him to live for a few different...
Before we get to Romania, so the language he used to describe women, he said the lady threw up and he told that B word to clean it up. She gave him lip. So he took all her stuff, threw it through the window, took her by her arm and put her out. And she wanted her pay for the day and he didn't give it to her. She then went to the police and the police came in, raided the place, but everyone said he never hit her. Now, I'm not a betting man, but if I were, that hitting, let me read the super chat instead of going there. But let me tell you that I don't believe him, but I don't know. Most of these cases end up in a warehouse full of women with all their basic human rights stripped from them. But also, he said initially that nothing ever happened wrong in the UK. Obviously, bad things happen enough for you to move to Romania. Now let's hear why he wants to move to Romania. Let's hear, because I don't think the Romanian government is too pleased with his characterizing of their country. Go ahead.
Is he going to tell on himself again? Is that what we're going to
Yeah, okay. Of course. Of course he's going to tell on himself again. And then there's still men, Abba and preach like, oh my God, it's not likely this, and it's not, girl, we're not playing these games.
I do not like Abba. I do not like Abba.
Well, sounds personal.
He knows that. But yeah, we'll get to that later.
Reasons.
People say, why did Romania? And I explain my 5 reasons. One of them is the Me Too era. They go, oh, well, you're a rapist. I say, no, I'm not a rapist. But I like the idea of being able to just say to do what I want. I like being free. And I'm a police chief. I told him my story. And he said, well, in Romania, if she doesn't have proof of physical, she doesn't have physical evidence, then there's no progression. She can't say, here's a red mark, or here's where he hurt me. There's no case. Mm-hmm.
Please tell me you heard that. In Romania, you need physical evidence. You can say, here is the red mark, here is where he hit me, so you can't show the bruise on your body, so I'm going to move there. That's very straight. That is a very, on one hand, you said, I want to do what I want. The second thing is, she can't. Wait, why did the police tell you? I just realized this. He just said the police told him that, well, if you move to Romania, they can't do. Go, wait. This is not funny. You just told us that the police told you that, hey, if you go to Romania and you do this to a woman or you hit a woman, they can't really do anything about it unless they have physical proof, so they can't just show. All right, I'm not going through this. Let's finish.
Word on word. I said, that makes a lot more sense. So Romania is absolutely corrupt, but it's a corruption that everyone can participate in. I would much rather live in a country that's corrupt, where I get stopped for speeding and I give them a little bit of money, than a country that's corrupt like America, which says it isn't corrupt. You have to be a billionaire and have a private jet and go to islands to get away with it, you know? Like, if you're going to be corrupt, which every nation on earth is, then let everyone play the game.
It seems like Andrew moved to Romania to participate in a corrupt society. His mindset is that all governments are corrupt. At least in this country, he can be a part of it. So he started a new life with new businesses in Romania. There isn't a ton of information about his businesses, and he obviously doesn't like to talk about them. However, he bought a bunch of land out there and now cultivates tobacco, which he intends on producing his own cigars. He also owns 10% of the RXF, which is basically like the Romanian UFC. Some of the fights, he and his brother Tristan do the English commentary.
I never dreamed I'd have that name called out at a fight show that I was commentating, Andrew.
Around 2017, Andrew decided to ramp up his social media presence, taking to YouTube and Twitter to start sharing his thoughts on the world. The very first video, Andrew Tate on gun control.
My name's Andrew Tate. I'm the most knowledgeable human in the world.
That very first sentence set the tone for his YouTube career. He started posting vlogs to showcase his lifestyle, fast cars, women, traveling all over the world. But more notably, he started posting these short videos where he quickly speaks his mind on a variety of random topics. Why real men don't cry, alcohol, top 5 reasons you should never own a cat. Basically, if you saw a Tate upload, you knew it was going to be a farce.
I'm a vegetarian and I don't eat gluten.
This was before ex ante. This was before the whole sort of gender attacking women. But this wasn't really getting him fame the way that he wanted. So we're gonna get into it.
But can I also I also have to say that I really think that he, first of all, he believes what he's saying. Everything that comes out of his mouth in a very superficial way, he does believe it. He thinks that he is so smart that he can explicitly talk about the way that he treats women, the way he operates his programs, the way he operates his businesses. He thinks that the world around him is so stupid and remedial that he can do anything. He believes the scariest part is that he believes it.
I love it. I love it. I love that he thinks that he is smarter than every single person, and he's going to put all of it out there and nothing is going to happen to him. I love that he thinks he can sit on the edges of the law and do whatever he wants, and when he feels like he can just change to another country with more favorable laws to him and then come out and brag about the reason he goes to that country is because of the looser laws, and make that very public and go viral and make all of us have a conversation about how Romanian laws are loose and they allow all kinds of corruption. I love that for him, because now the Romanian government are probably looking like, wait, what? They're like, wait. That's the part you don't say out loud if true, right? So I love that. I want more people to be like proud of their intelligence.
Yeah, listen, this is what people with this personality type do. I know Themis doesn't like, he doesn't want to name names, but you guys know what I'm talking about. This is the personality type. This is the archetype. The world is so stupid. I can say what I want. I can do what I want. I can become a millionaire, and I'm untouchable. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it checks out.
This is scary for women who are content creators or influencers, men targeting these women to date only to exploit them later on. Yeah, no. This is why I want people to keep coming out and talking about this. Like, I want them to like feel like, look, I'm untouchable and I can do all of this. And he might get off, who knows? But the fact that we have men, children, people following him and looking up to him like, oh my God, he says some things that are true. We are in a matrix. Like, I can come up and say, yeah, we're in a matrix. Like, what? No. I'm talking about who this person is. He very explicitly says that the way you get rich is to take money from the poor. And he is now selling y'all courses to be rich. If he's not telling you to take money from the poor, you are the poor he's taking money from.
what does this say about the young? What does this say about the hundreds of thousands? I believe at one point he amassed millions of subscribers. Like, he had a huge subscriber base. What does that say about society? What does that say? What does that say about the way that society views women? What does that say? He's sick. You're sick, sir.
Wait, yeah, no, I'm not going to diagnose that. I don't know.
This is not a diagnosis. This is, you're sick. You're a sick youth. Whatever verbiage or language, he's sick and evil. I don't care. He is.
Well, I do care. And I think, I mean, I agree with you. Let me just say that. But the reason I'm just saying I agree with you, I don't want my position here to be conflated. I want us to be careful and stay within kind of how we approach this. I want it to be completely factual. I also want us to be able to drag, and I'm here for it, but I don't want our drag to end with a lawsuit. Also, please like the video.
I think he has a lot more, other litigating to do. He's not worried about, I promise you, he's not worried about us right now. He's worried about the soap in that jail cell. That's what he's worried about.
Okay, have you achieved anything else in your life?
Okay, see, that's part where, so I'm going to argue with you on that, because for that, I don't think he should be afraid of that. I don't think anyone would want to approach, he's like a kickboxing champion at over 6'2". I think it would, like, there would be a big fight there. Like, I don't see him as someone, well, whatever. Let me just move on.
Do you have any actual personality? Are you anything, or are you just a person who doesn't eat meat and doesn't eat bread? And I hate when I tell people my story, my turbulent story, like, well, you know that air travel is the safest form of travel. Don't come at me with statistics, motherfucker. I know statistics. I do not like, and I will never, ever wear headphones in public. When you put your headphones in and you're walking down the street, listening to your music, you are a target. Some child is outside enjoying their life, playing with toys and smiling in the sunshine and having fun. I hate happiness. I hate happy children.
His over-abrasive delivery makes you wonder if he's just joking or not. These YouTube videos were designed to drive traffic to his website, TateShinkai.net, where he sold a course on how to get girls, a course on how to get in shape, a course on chess, a course on body language, and even a course on building your own webcam empire. Everything you would see from a typical YouTube guru. Over time, he started to move outside of the pointless rants and into more serious topics.
My problem with that gentleman is not that he was black. My problem with that gentleman is that he pulled a machete and tried to kill someone in broad daylight. I think that you, as a person, can save the West and be more powerful than all the information, Google, the media, all the external forces, all these people pushing for America's demise. You don't stand a chance, because I'm a happy, contented individual. And all the people who sit there and tell me, you shouldn't be so arrogant, they're the people who are unhappy. You shouldn't be arrogant. You should be like me, a meek, humble piece of shit. Well, I don't want to be like you, because you're a fucking loser.
What's interesting is that Andrew didn't talk much about women and relationships too much in the beginning of his YouTube career. Sure, he had a video here and there about his views, but most of his videos were focused on money, success, and the mindset to get there. However, these types of videos typically are associated with the YouTube pickup artist, the ladies' man. As time went on, Andrew's followers requested that he give advice on women, male and female roles, and how he's able to have success with women.
Girls run their mouth. I start beating the fuck out of them, not even having sex. They love it more than ever.
What did he say?
He just said girls running their mouth. He just beat the F out of them. Look.
Did he say sex? He said I beat the F out of them with sex?
No, beat the F out of them and then have S-E-X. So now people are going to, oh, that is a metaphor. Like, I promise you one of his cronies are going to be here like, oh my God, no, you shouldn't be able to use that in court against him. That was a metaphor. What do you... Capricorn Woman 67, thank you for the membership. Oh, but he said he doesn't hit women. Like, this, I can't. It's almost done.
Never. They like it more. The less sex you have with them, the better. I have nothing to talk to women about besides either sleeping with them or... Wait. Yeah, that's it. Men are trying to get laid, so they pretend to be friends with the girl, hoping that one day she'll get drunk enough and let them fuck her.
Obviously, his bold statements and...
By the way, just an FYI, that is, there's not consent there. If you're with a friend waiting for them to get drunk to sleep with them, that is RAPE. Just an FYI. I hope I don't have to tell anyone that here, but like, again, this man is confessing to and talking about criminal behavior, in my opinion.
opinions ruffled feathers. It was the type of content that attracted a lot of anti-women incels, but a lot of his fans see the truth in his statements despite his bold delivery. He started getting more attention from YouTubers like Mr. GG and Leon Lush, making commentary videos about him. Comedian Tom Segura and his wife Christina P would react to his videos very often on their podcast, with their reactions getting hundreds of thousands of views. However, that only helped him grow more. The War Room launches. The War Room is a global network in which exemplars of individualism work to free the modern man from social...
I don't care what they're talking about. Who is paying for how y'all have this much money to waste? Like I don't understand this. All right, let's continue.
Induced incarceration. In 2019, it only cost $500 to get in. Today, it costs $5,000 to get in.
To get in what? A room? You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I don't remember what I said, but I want to read this. The War Room is a global network in which exemplars of individualism work to free the modern man from socially induced Period. Look, I'm throwing up a class. Please put my class over in the manosphere. The class will be to remove you from the matrix. And we're going to sit there and meditate, and I'm going to talk over the meditating track. That, like, whatever. I'm not doing this, by the way. The War Room is a global network in which exemplars of individualism work to free the modern man from socially induced incarceration. Words.
It's time for me to grift. It's time for me to grift to come out with a program like this.
Like what?
Like, well, people will buy anything. Is that it? Anything. Okay, it's time to grift, Annalisa. Got it.
What is this? Anywho, and these men are like, yeah, we bought it. It's easier to fool someone than to tell them they have been fooled, right? So, like, I can't imagine after you paying upwards of in dollars, upwards of $4,500, $5,000. I don't know how you tell someone, look, sir, like, wait, like, I don't know how you convince someone that they just wasted $5,000. You're not about to convince them that.
Socially induced incarceration.
Period. So my class is going to free your mind from mental slavery. I am going, let me stop doing this. Some of these things he says about his experience with women resonate with a lot of men, and they kept tuning in. Well, look, if all I need is to say some things that are true, like sprinkle some truth in there, and I like everyone. Girl, this is ridiculous.
What is true? What is true? Can someone tell me something that he said that is true?
Well, you don't do that because I'm pretty sure. No, I am pretty sure he has said something that is true. I am pretty sure of that. But that does not justify all of this. Like, the War Room is a global network in which exemplars of individualism work to free the modern man from socially induced incarceration. Go, what?
We're doing YouTube wrong, eh?
There is nothing here. Like, what is this program? Pay with crypto, period. I can't. Look, they're a mess.
Work to free the modern man from socially induced incarceration. In 2019, it only cost $500 to get in. Today, it costs $5,000 to get in. So who could possibly be in the network that would make it worth this much money? Well, there's author Bobby Dino and Iggy, master of spells and shadows.
Y'all play too much.
No, not a master of spells and shadows. No. Oh my God.
I know you're lying. I know you're lying. Y'all have to be kidding me. The master of spells and Wait. I feel like we're in Game of Thrones now, and this is like the master of whisperers.
No, this is Harry Potter. This is a Harry Potter movie. These men are mentally 8 years old. Spells and shadows, that's Hogwarts. I can't believe that. I cannot believe that people made him become a millionaire. I'm sick. I feel sick.
The master, you're paying to be in a network with someone who is the master of spells and shadows.
Like the only thing they just need to put them in groups. They just have the pickup artists are Hufflepuff. The manosphere is Gryffindor. That's what this is. Oh my god.
Girl, these people said they are like, oh my god. Let me read the two super chats that came in, because we need to take a moment and really think about what we're doing with our lives right now. Better have my crypto. Thank you, Stars Above the Emerald Forest. This is for real. Yeah, Murado. Like, this is, it's not just surreal. It's like master of spells and I hope this man is lying on YouTube.
Look at his clothes. Look at his clothes. That's a
master
gold metallic
of
shirt.
spells and shadows.
There's a gold shirt. Oh my god.
Master. All right, let's continue because we don't have all night, but like, period. Master of spells and shadows. And what about it?
Shadows. The war room in Miami looked like some powerful congregations. It's pretty unclear as to what they actually do.
Making money's easy. You just take it from somebody.
It's kind of like a country club. You get next to other people with money, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee you success. The biggest and most notable business he is associated with are the 15 casinos he opened up in Romania. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, his casinos closed down just 3 months after they opened.
So the first thing is I own some casinos in Romania. 3 brothers, mafia guys, they own 400 casinos throughout Eastern Europe. I came up to them and said, look, I want to do a franchise with you. They said, we're not interested in franchises. We have enough money. We just open them ourselves. We turn over 10 million euros a day. Why do I need your franchise? Eventually, I came up with a plan. I said, look, how about this? I'll open up your locations directly next to your biggest competitor. Worst case, the location doesn't pay any money, but at least it takes money from your competitor. I'll give you a percentage of turnovers. Even if it doesn't make profit, you make money. I'll take all the financial risk.
I'm not sure.
Demons keep saying it's like, look, right? Like, I wanted to make sense to myself, like the master of shadows. But that aside, did this man just confess that he's in business with the mafia? Wait, this is not funny. Did this man just confessed on Beyonce's internet that he is in business with the mafia? All right. Well,
he did. We're too stupid. We're stupid. He's surrounded by stupid people. That's how he got. And to be fair, he's not wrong. Only stupid people are going to turn a psychopathic scrub into a millionaire. Only remedial people have the capacity to do that. That's the reality. So it's not that so I will concede. This is in this one area, he was right to a degree, because now you're in jail.
Wait, please remember to like the video. It really helps, like the live stream. Derek was selling books under $50. Andrew had y'all coming off. Right? Like, the Derek Jacksons were not doing what needed to be done. Period.
Or what casinos they are, but just by a quick Google search, it seems like a ton are still closed in Romania. So he's been paying rent, and they haven't been open for potentially 2 years. The pandemic impacted businesses around the world. Everyone was facing some serious financial pressure. So Andrew needed a way to come up with a new cash flow method. Hustlers University 2.0 was born. This was
if you're paying overhead for a closed down casino and it's being functioned, I don't know if this part is true, where it's almost like if you're making money through a closed down casino, this looks very close to, I don't know if this is true. Again, this is not even allegedly, because I'm not saying this happens or it is true, but this looks like money laundering. And to add the fact that you claim you were with the mafia, this is giving very much money laundering.
Walks like a duck, talks like a duck. It is what it is.
All right, period.
was a no-nonsense crash course on how to get rich fast and be successful in business taught by a multimillionaire.
In Hustlers University 2.0, we teach about fast money. I don't teach you how to save more money in a stagnant pool, because that's the way you're listening. If you do that, you're always going to be poor.
Hustlers University and the War Room seem to provide the same information as to how to make money online. The War Room just hosts meetings in the physical world and costs $5,000.
We help people get multiple passports and multiple residencies, multiple bank accounts, because I believe your number one priority as the world reopens should be getting as many passports and residencies as possible, because slavery.
Pop quiz. How many passport? You do know passports require a citizen. You just saying things, right? Like at this point, you're just saying things. You just gonna get a bunch of passports. I mean, I guess if you, all right, period. I don't know. Maybe this makes sense to some other people. It doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't know what this is. You can have multiple passports. That's not the problem. But when you say get as many passports as you can, what? Period. And I hope it's as you legally can. Like I hope that, all right, period. I'm not even going to get into passport because there's an ongoing investigation currently, and I'm not about to get into that part of it. So, period.
Slavery is absolutely coming to the world.
The university costs $50 per month and will teach you 18 modern wealth creation methods to get rich quick. These methods are so that you can escape the matrix.
So any form of oppression no longer applies to me. I can't be canceled. My finances are secure. I've escaped the matrix. And when I talk about the matrix, it primarily applies to men because men are the backbone of the slave force.
In order to effectively promote this business, he needed to take to social media. Andrew realized producing his own content was too limiting. He needed to collaborate with people who already had followings and platforms. He shows up, talks shit, entertains people, and promotes his course. So he does a media tour. Some key podcasts that helped him were the Fresh and Fit podcast, who are known in what is called the manosphere, which is a group of content creators who have very strong opinions on men and women gender roles. They typically admire and praise the traditional way of male and female dynamic.
Let me just give one little bit away. The manosphere and the people in the manosphere, I don't feel bad because y'all know what you all were doing. It's going to get real hot real fast for you guys. For one, thank you for your membership. That's all I'm gonna say on that. Concern says, let this Grandmaster Dragon Wizard be great. Period. Delusions of grandeur, I think, for the win. Period. Thank you, Concern. I'm gonna go in the bushes and weep. Period. I actually saw Gunna, and that's not what came to mind. YSL. Let's continue. Fresh and Fit. Obviously, Fresh and Fit would be named.
Man works, pays the bills, women raises the kids. Fresh and Fit are probably the biggest and most culturally relevant of all the podcasts in this media tour. They absolutely obsessed over Tate, fawned over him. Now 3 of their biggest podcast episodes ever are with Andrew, and he got adopted by that community. Another one that helped him a lot was Your Mom's House with Tom Segura, where Tom was genuinely laughing at Tate's jokes and genuinely agreeing with his ideals. Tom praised his comedy, which is a huge cosign from a professional stand-up comedian.
You're so rich, but you're smart, and you're actually very intelligent, and I know you'd get really bored of a robot. And I'm sitting there thinking, bitch, I wish to God you were a robot. You better shut the f up. We talk about star signs. Oh yeah, I'm so glad. Tell me more about Sagittarius rising. So I've had this argument with a feminist before. She's like, oh well, we've never tried matriarchies. We've only tried patriarchies. Blah blah blah. And I said, listen, bitch.
Some people thought this was all a character. Some people hated him for his abrasive and misogynistic takes, and some people praised him for being the ultimate alpha male. The combination made him an unstoppable force. His follower counts were rising significantly. In December 2021, he had 6,000 students paying him $50 per month on Hustlers University. $300,000 per month. That's not bad. Today, he has 110,000 students paying $50 per month.
Hear that? 130,000 people are paying him $50 per month. So someone wants the wizard in the dark, the master of shadows. So like, it is kind of ridiculous when you think about it. Like, almost everything is up for sale, and I
Come up, please. Tell me why. Tell us why, please. Please.
No, yeah, we're going to take a moment. Let's pause for the cause. Who is this? I feel like this is Stan. This link is only for Stan. Top G, come on up. Come up, Stan. You have 5 minutes, and I want to hear why.
That is $5.5 million per month, $66 million per year, all profit. He says this course isn't about money. It's just him genuinely trying to better people's lives. He says, I already have money. I don't need money. It's the perfect sales pitch. Now, nobody who signs up will think they're getting scammed. He said his brother makes about $300,000 per month on his OnlyFans management business. His 15 casinos have a ton of overhead costs. On top of being closed for 2 years, they would have to be in the heart of Las Vegas to pull anywhere near $1 million per month. His online course is more than likely his most successful business he has ever built. This course was all built on the idea of getting rich like him. And he was rich before, but $300,000 per month and $5 million per month are way different levels. Now he is filthy rich. So am I suggesting he made millions off podcast appearances? Well, not exactly, but he did make a very key change in his approach that changed everything. He instructed the members of the War Room to blow him up on social media. This is how. He went on as many podcasts and talk shows as he possibly could. While he was there, he performed. He told his members to clip as many segments as they could, edit them up a little bit, make an Andrew Tate page on TikTok, YouTube, or whatever social media, and post the clips as if it was him posting. The clips constantly went viral because of how polarizing he is. Andrew has an official YouTube and official Instagram, not even a Twitter anymore. Some students have TikTok accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers from simply clipping his podcast appearances. In their bio of their pages, they will have an affiliate link to the Hustlers University course. If someone signs up through their link, they get 10% of the first month sign-up fee, which is $5. So thousands of students are reposting his content, getting hundreds of thousands of followers, millions of views, absolutely flooding every algorithm on every social media with videos of him, making him insanely famous. Then when they get that attention, they use it to promote his course, in which they make $5 one time, and he makes $45, then $50 a month every month after. Literally, all these people are going him or making a $5 sign up. And if nobody signs up, Andrew still benefits because his fame and relevance is skyrocketing. But like I said before, 110,000 signups, $5 million per month. His plan is working exactly the way he wanted it to.
And you're existing inside of a system which is deliberately rigged to make the rich richer and for the poor to stay poor.
Yeah.
The average amount of money the person makes in their first month is only $300. Doesn't matter. It costs you $50 to join. After 3 months, $150 commitment, the average amount of money created by each individual is over $1,800.
So his modern making money fast techniques lead to an average of $300 in the first month, a whopping $250 profit in 30 days. That's $8 per day or $1 per hour. And after 3 months, you'll average $1,800. That's $1,650 profit. Jump up to $18 per day or $2.25 per hour.
You can't just save money to stagnant pool. You need to learn how to get fast money. First month is only $300. And buy the right things quickly. First month is only $300. You can buy more.
His averages, working at McDonald's, is a 7 or 8 times faster money-making method than his course. If you try to do any research on what the course entails, it's all videos of other people who are saying positive things about the course so that you will sign up using their affiliate link and they get paid. So we don't really know how valuable the information is inside the course. He was arrested. On April 11th, 2022, the Romanian police responded to an alleged kidnapping. The 2 women were being held against their will in Andrew Tate's house and being forced into sex. One of those women was American. The police were alerted by officials of the U.S. Embassy in Romania. The brothers were arrested, the house was searched, but nothing really happened and they were released. The report says that there's an ongoing investigation looking into a potential human trafficking case with these men. The Tate brothers said that the American girl's boyfriend got jealous that she was at their mansion, and he called the cops lying, saying that she was held against her will.
I get about 50 to 100 DMs on Instagram a day from women.
Yeah, please kidnap me.
Hot women.
Please.
Will you kidnap me? Smiley face.
Tate fans say, well, if they were actually doing those crimes, then they would be in jail. Whereas other people point out that a human trafficking investigation could take many, many years to conduct. Some people think he's guilty because of his suspicious ways of recruiting women to work for his cam business, on top of Tate's convenient reasons why he wants to live in Romania.
So Romania is absolutely corrupt. It's a corruption that everyone can participate in. So no more this. I like the idea of being able to just say to do what I want. Laws don't really apply to you. If they made a law in the UK I was unhappy with, I'd just leave. And if they made a law in Romania where I live I'm unhappy with, I would just leave.
One thing that Andrew Tate is not is dumb. He knows how to sell the dream. He knows how to say things that people want to share. And there's a lot of truth in his statements. He's had constant viral videos talking about how governments manipulate and control people, how they put lies into citizens' heads and create false realities. The Matrix.
The most valuable thing on the planet today is human capital. Even the people at the very, very top echelons of life, all they care about is controlling people.
The only way to escape the Matrix is to follow him and do what he says. He studied exactly what he claims the Western world does.
And that's where we're going to end at that, because that is what I say. Sprinkle a little bit of truth and then sell people a dream. Now, before we get into this, let me say quickly. if there is someone telling you you don't have to work for money, you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that, I promise you they're up to something. I'm not saying nothing in life comes easy, but money for one is not something that just is handed to you as a general matter. And if someone say I have the secret to winning the lottery, they wouldn't be sharing it with you. Let's just say that. All right. Before we get on, because I just wanted to give you a background. I haven't even started what I want to talk about on Andrew Tate. I just want to give you that background. I'm going to post this link, even though we did watch the full video. Please go watch this video. I don't think he needs my support, but I don't like watching people's full content that I'm not critiquing, that I agree with, and I think people should go support. Stan, you like Andrew Tate? Go off.
Yes, I like him very much. First of all, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year if I don't see you. Timus, like usual, you make a great show. I listened to your show yesterday. It was very interesting, and it was something that was very important to talk. So I appreciate that you did that show. It was a very important topic for a lot of Black people. Now, going back to Andrew Tate. The reason I like him is because I truly believe everything that he says. I do not believe, believe.
Pause. Do you want to change that statement?
Okay. I'm sorry. I believe a lot of stuff that you say. Not everything, but a lot of stuff and I agree with a lot of stuff that you think. Because I believe.
No, you like him.
Yeah, I like him.
That is a different statement than I agree with him. So
I like him and I agree with him for many things.
Right. Do you know him?
No, I agree with many things that he says. I agree with many things that he talks about, especially in the Hustler University, which I found a way to download and to listen to many of his show and anything and I truly agree with many things that he does.
What did he tell you in Hustlers University?
Okay, he basically tells us in that place how to make money different ways because 90% of the people.
Give me one way.
Okay, affiliate marketing, that's a way. YouTube automation, that's another way. Amazon FBA, that's another way.
Did you need someone to tell you that?
Yes, because the only way that we all know how to make money is to work for somebody. Period.
No, that's not the only way we know.
Well, a lot of people, 90%, 85% of the population, that's the only thing. Go ahead.
That's the only way you know how, right? Because you said that's something he taught you.
Okay, that's the only way that I know, which is the thing that we said, that my parents said, that a lot of people say, go to school.
Stop talking so much. Let's just answer the question one by one. People keep getting mad at me for cutting people off. Can you turn me off also in the background? I just want answers to the question. So perfect.
Go ahead.
Can you turn me down in the background?
Yeah, there's an echo. I can't even understand you.
I have nothing in the background. Everything's cut. There's nothing in the background.
Hello? Let me see. Yeah, no, there's definitely an echo.
For me?
From you, but it's fine now, I think.
Okay. So
you agree with him? He taught you how to do affiliate marketing.
Why do I agree with him?
He taught you how to do affiliate marketing.
Well, he taught me how the steps, how to do affiliate marketing, things I didn't know. He taught me how to do YouTube animation, things I didn't know. He taught me how to do Amazon FBA, things I didn't know. He taught me how to do some drop shipping, which I did, and everything, which I didn't know. Did you
learn any of these things from a YouTube tutorial? Maybe Google. Maybe could they have been?
They have that, but maybe they don't go.
Maybe less human trafficking, but still informative. Do you think?
Go ahead. Repeat what you said, please.
I said, do you think if you had maybe gone to YouTube, like a how-to video, or maybe Google, maybe it would have been just as informative and not
no, because do you think? Because when you go to let's take an example like drop shipping, they will never show you everything that you have to go the Facebook ads that you have to pay, how the traffic. They will not go there. They'll do surface. They'll show you surface of the drop shipping, but compared to what is the whole detail, you'll never know it until you have a course. They will never give you the full thing. They'll give you a surface.
All right, good. So he taught he taught you some things. That's great. No, that's good for you. So you like him because of that?
Yes, I like him because of that, and I truly believe.
Answer the question. Why are you going on? Just yes or no. It's fine.
Yes.
All right. The next question that you can go on, and if he is in fact involved in human trafficking, does that shape the way that you see him?
Yes, it shapes the way. Of course, it shapes the way that I see him. I would be very disappointed that he is doing this. Of course.
All right. So if you found out that he says, "Oh, I hit women," would you find that problematic?
Yes.
All right. What if I told you he had admitted to hitting women?
Then I would say that if you have a video that shows this and everything.
I literally just showed it. He said
okay. If you have this, and I would say what I'm saying. I'm very disappointed that he went to the point of hitting women. I don't think.
No, wait. We have another one. What if someone who was working for him, a female, grew up and he kicked her out, threw her stuff out, locked her out, and didn't pay her? And then the police came into his home and they decided not to press charges, but he admits all of that. Would you see him differently?
Well, I would have to go and find out what happened.
He said it.
He said basically. Wait a minute. He said he said that he kicked the woman out of his house.
Let me explain it to you again. Okay. He said the woman threw up. She told the woman, clean it up. She was being mouthy. So instead of paying her, he kicked her out of his home and threw her stuff out his window, did not pay the woman, and the woman had to get the police involved. Do you think that is a good person?
Well, if I don't think it's, I would have to see how he reacts.
Person, great. Do you think moving from one country to another because another country has looser laws is something that is morally okay?
I have no problem with him going to a different country. I didn't know he went to different countries.
Answer my question. Do you think it is okay for you to move to a country because it has looser laws around abuse of women?
No, you shouldn't move.
Wait, no, let's continue. Whatever, we're just talking. Do you think it's okay to be trying to get into business with the mafia?
No, I never went to business with the mafia, no.
Yeah, but no, I'm not talking about you, obviously. I'm talking about him. These are all things he has said and verified. Like, I don't have to say allegedly because this is what he has said. So now do you still like him?
Yes, I like him for the wisdom that he brings.
Okay, so in the beginning when you said you wouldn't like him if I could provide those kinds of evidence, you weren't being honest.
No, I was being honest. I told you I would be very disappointed. Every answer that I told you, I am very disappointed with, but that doesn't acknowledge the wisdom that he brings. I'm sorry, it's not because you have all those things that are bad, which are really bad.
Stop talking.
Go ahead.
I definitely told you in the beginning we're separating the knowledge he provided versus you liking him.
Okay. In that case, I told you I was very disappointed, and I agree. I believe everything that you're saying. I am very disappointed that he hit a woman. I'm very disappointed.
But you still like him.
I like his knowledge. It doesn't mean I need to like.
We literally separated that. You like him or not? Do you like him or not?
I like him for his knowledge that he brings. That's it. I don't know him personally. I like him for the knowledge that he brings. I don't know him personally, Timus. I don't know him personally.
I just told you based on what he said. Do you like him?
Based on what you said and everything, he is not somebody I would basically tell me that he is a saint or somebody that I would basically say he's a great admirer. No, I wouldn't.
Thank you so much for participating in the show. Have a great night. All right. So for me, this is also a part of it, right?
I think Timus. Oh, sorry.
There is this issue where we allow certain kinds of behavior in certain kinds of people, and no matter what happens, these people will have their audience. Like, it is what it is. Saying you're going to go to another country because they're looser on abuse of women, like, that alone should trigger something in the general audience. Like, that alone, in my opinion, should trigger something in people who are following him. That does not make sense to me. That people are like, yeah, he says he's gonna go here because the police told him that if you go there and you hit a woman and she only have the bruise and no actual physical evidence, then you can't be prosecuted. So guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go there because of that. Like, not like I'm gonna go there for other reasons. The reason he gave is that because this happens in Romania, I'm going to go there. They have looser laws, I'm going to go there. Also, I'm going to go in bed with the mafia. Like, also, I'm going to get women to be my girlfriend, to put them to work as some kind of sex worker and take money from them in that way. Oh, that's fine because he teach me how to drop ship. Go get a dad. Like, this is ridiculous. Go ahead, Africa Pop.
Africa Pop Mommy. Yes. So I think not just with Andrew Tate, I think a lot of times that people, they idolize celebrity so much that it doesn't matter what they do. It takes for them to go against what they like about the person for them to be like, oh, I can't be behind this person anymore. But and I know you're going to get into Tory Lanez, but what really boggles my mind about Tory Lanez, R. Kelly.
That is a drag. I cannot wait. I'm gonna rush through the rest of this because that's gonna be a drag. I'm tying it all together.
Yeah, I'm tying it all together. But really gets me about Tory Lanez. Okay, R. Kelly, I could see why it's so hard for some Black people to. Okay, Bill Cosby, I can see why it's hard for some Black people. But I think Tory Lanez it's not, I don't even think it's about Tory Lanez. I think it's more about Meg Thee Stallion. And even outside of Meg Thee Stallion, when you see very successful people are always trying to knock them a peg. And I think Meg represents, oh, this is boss Black woman doing things. This is something this is how we knock her a peg. Even with, and I'm sorry, I know you're going to get into Tory later, but I think mainly.
No. What you're saying, can you read that for me? Because that's how I feel.
Yeah, I know. I mean, because so even like, let's say she's the worst friend ever. Let's say that she backstabbed Kelsey. Let's say that she.
Wait, no. I don't want to jump ahead. I do not.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted me to continue. Sorry, I'll save.
Read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Darling Ebony, I'm so confused by them using The Matrix for reference. A series possibly thought of by a Black woman and produced, directed by 2 trans women? Listen.
But back to, oh, sorry. You're reading Super Chats. My bad. Sorry.
Think like the 1%. If women utilizes her body to make money, that's her decision. If no force was involved, get on the panel. If no force was involved, the Tates are innocent. You say women can make their own decisions, but when it benefits them, you are not. Yeah, shut the hell up. Yeah, come on the panel.
No.
Come on the panel.
If women utilize, wait, no, let me respond then. No, wait, no. The reason is, I think this is a woman. I don't know if this is a woman, but the reality is we're ignoring the ways in which women are manipulated into certain circumstances, even through. I watched Sinji do a video and I started doing some research on pimping in the Black community in the 1960s and 70s, and how these women felt like they were doing a sort of civic duty, not just to the men, but to the community, because these men were so downtrodden that they needed women's body as capital to get access. Now, these are white women. And so to diminish the ways in which psychology and relationship, to diminish the role that plays in certain kinds of decisions, I find it problematic.
And I'm sorry, back to Andrew. Sorry, I don't know if you have more Super Chats to read.
I do, but you can go ahead. I'm going to message Annalisa, but go ahead.
Oh, but for Andrew Tate, I do think I think the appeal, because I see beyond the rhetoric, and I know that he's very destructive, and I'm not going to speak to because let the investigation play out, but he has self-admitted a lot of things that are disturbing. But I think part of his appeal is his backstory, is his expertise, is his background and looking into finance and understanding looking for the next thing. He is the ultimate hustler. He is, because he will jump on the hottest thing, and then, well, this kind of suits my personality, and I see where this thing is going, and I want to make the most money possible. So I'm gonna get a whole bunch of helpless men who, because of the profile that I built for myself, will follow me. I mean, he is a good marketer. Now, whether he's using it for, I mean, he's obviously not using it for good, but I can see, wow, I can see why. And I want people to understand how he can become who he becomes. Because polarization, there's a profitability in that. There's a profitability.
I honestly think it's simple. It's a lot of dumb people who are being sold a dream.
Yes, no. I agree with you.
He taught me how to do this. He promised he could make people be rich. Are you rich yet, Stan? Like Super Chad said. These are a lot of people, and this whole get rich quick scheme thing is happening, and it's big, and people don't want to work, and everyone thinks that like fortune and wealth is just a lock away. It's just a one answer away from a question, and it's like, no, a lot of this work.
Yeah, but he is the ultimate hustler, though. That is him through and through. Yeah. So with hustlers,
I have to go through this.
Sorry,
Cloudy. Thank you so much for that. Nikia just sent $19. There's nothing said there. Thank you, Nikia. I will made. All right. Well, they probably should have an English lesson in there too. If wait, I think I read this. Listen, you said women make the I read this. I see why. Actually, I want to go off on you now, but I'm not. Stan deserves the rating he got. He deserves wasting the word rating he got. What Stan is trying to say is that you are not going to stop his $300 a month empire. Period. How dare me try to stop his money? People need to get off there and work. Yeah. What's it? I wish I had the Kim Kardashian thing right now to just replay it. It feels like no one want to work anymore. Curry Up and Eat says, Themis has a plethora of education in the audience. The university, the Kitty Club, the Standard, and now the Tate Certified. Oh, I call them the...
Stan, I have to speak to you in French at some point. I have to say something to you for real, because I don't know, something's wrong.
The tot is the man, the Andrew Tate's friend, fans are the toddies. Tater tots. So they pay $50 per month for this course, but then complain that $50 per month in support is too much, and proof that women and family court system are conspiring to oppress men. I need dudes to say less. No, I need them to say more. I like them talking, because you could not put an expose together on Andrew Tate if Andrew Tate didn't tell you about himself. Period. I'm here for it. All right.
You guys can flip it.
Go ahead, Annalisa.
It's a break. Am I lagging? I feel like I'm lagging.
You are a little bit concerned. Oh, go ahead. I thought you were stopping. Go ahead.
No, so when I'm talking, I'm cutting people off when I'm talking then.
No, I think they're telling people to stop cutting me off.
Yeah, I'm cutting you, like, that's what I'm saying. Because I'm not cutting you off, but because I'm lagging, it's gonna be, the timing's off. So when I'm speaking it does end up cutting you off, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
No, you're fine. Concern, go ahead.
So Stan, one thing I wanted to point out.
Why did you cut me off, Theme, if that was wrong? No, it wasn't. Go ahead, Concern.
Did he drop off
I
Question mark?
removed him. No, I removed him.
Because one of the things that I want to point out is that it sounds like Andrew Tate's course is just a collective of all the different methods that are the underbelly, entrepreneurship ways. You mentioned FBA, Shopify, drop shipping, and all of the above. There are always people trying to peddle those courses. And so it's just, Stan, I am concerned because you mentioned you had 75K. I know somebody who got into FBA, and I'm questioning whether or not that's your sales, because if you calculate how much you've paid for the course as well as how much you've paid for the tools, you probably don't have a 75K profit margin.
I'm concerned. I'm tired of y'all coming up here giving logic. Like,
you want to look at the profit margin, Stan.
Nope,
I'll leave it there.
Stan is getting rich. Stan is getting rich.
I have one more thing. I have a couple more things besides that. I just wanted to put the logic out there first. I wanted to lead with the logic.
Let me just say, as for we haven't gotten through even one of the topics yet. Just an FYI. We haven't gotten through one of the topics yet. But go ahead. Not you concerned, just generally. For everyone, the panel is closed. The door is closed. Go ahead.
The fact that Andrew Tate's dad was there, and Africo Pop, you pointed out a really good thing, like the idea of him being a scammer and it going into like a core need. That's why people are so attracted to him. Andrew Tate did have his dad. And so I'm not sure if it's that daddy wasn't there. I think that there might be like a character thing that needs to be named, because these dads will be around and these kids will still turn out to be scammers. I think that for the general population, though, I'm wondering if it's as much daddy or community amongst men, because I'm curious about
indicate that it is community amongst men, that an individual father in the home does very little to help the child in terms of who the child becomes. Community is more impactful. This is what the research indicate. So if you want a child, you need to be in a community where they are good men for them to model behaviors after. This is not to say kids in neighborhoods with bad men essentially cannot beat the odds, but they would be growing up and being good despite, not because of.
That totally makes sense. We're on the same page, and I know that I kind of dipped in and out, so there's a lot of content that was about fathers still going on earlier, but what I'm trying to name is a little bit different. It's that like I feel like the people who want to join the manosphere, who will spend all this money, they're buying into the idea of being a part of the cool kids, and being in a fraternity type thing.
Definitely what they're being sold. A lie. They're like, you can rub shoulders with me and you will get the magical. You can rub shoulders with me and you will get the magical dust that makes me rich. No, you have to work for that. You got to put work in. Nicki Minaj said it best.
He's selling the false promise of the most toxic
Phoebus, you're on a roll.
version of masculinity. And patriarchy. He's rapping, like he's literally rapped the most toxic and detrimental version of patriarchy and masculinity, and he's selling it. I think it's beyond, oh, this is cool. I think that people who gravitate to this type of content and to this type of personality style, I think there's more than just I want to be cool going on. That's my belief system. That's
part of it, but I think he's also tapping to the most primal part of our brain, that automatically, that emotional response that kind of shuts down logic and is like, you know what? Yeah, he probably is doing a whole bunch of things that are wrong and illegal, but I am just emotionally invested and spent for this man, because I forgot the other guy named Shane. He can learn drop shipping and all the other things that Andrew Tate has taught anywhere on YouTube. It's not particular to Andrew Tate. It's just Andrew Tate, and for a lot of, even Kanye, but we're not gonna talk about him. They feel an emotional hold for certain men that if they let go of that, then it's letting go of everything. So they're going to hold on to that for however long until they grow out of it, or they get therapy, or they get help or something to shake them out of that. So I think that's part of what you're saying. I think there's just for people who do not think that it's just entertainment, for people who are really like, I like him, I love him, I'm this, that, and the other, I'm diehard fan. There's something else going on there that makes it that it gets to that point, because you can learn whatever I don't even know what he's teaching. All I know, he's a hustler. He's a hustler.
Yeah.
He's a hustler. He's a hustler.
Wait. Stan, we need to continue though. Stan is in his feelings, Themis. You hurt him. Stan, you have to have real skill. Gotta work for that. If it's really your passion, would you give the world? Let me stop. Nicki Minaj, look it up. Ganja burn. Period. You don't get rich by rubbing shoulders with rich people. You actually need to do something. And you can go learn what you need to learn online, wherever you need to learn it. But girl, it's not here. I'm not about to teach you, and this man is not going to teach you from behind bars. So you're going to have to go find a new daddy. Like, it is what it
Listen, you
is.
have a better chance in life of learning from Snapple bottles than you do from this criminal. Okay? So just buy Snapple.
Yep. Running around like, oh my God, I love Andrew Tate. Like, aren't y'all embarrassed? Like, this man is being investigated currently for trafficking. Like, at least hold off on it and like come out later.
They set him up, Famous. They set him up. It's all lies, Famous. He didn't do anything that he's been indicted of. Don't believe it.
And here's what has me completely
No. Nope. We're gonna move on, because if we don't, I'm gonna get too invested in this conversation. And I'm gonna show you something that Andrew Tate did. And this is only from a lawyer's perspective, I think. Hopefully from everyone else's. But watching this, I was like, so this is y'all leaders. By the way, Stan, I hope you're still here, because if you're not embarrassed, I don't know how to embarrass you, but this is what Andrew Tate is looking for in a lawyer. This attorney is reacting to it. And when I saw it, I was like, oh my God.
Wants. I'm a law student. What do men like you look for in their transactional/business attorneys? Flexibility. Don't be a Mr. Follow the rules.
Yeah, no Mr.
I'm looking for Better Call Saul.
Absolutely.
I'll make it happen. That's what we need. That's what real G's need.
Real G's, real what? Gangsters? Are you gangsters? Here's the thing.
Go to bed, Stan, talking about he's innocent until proven guilty. Yes, on the sex trafficking charges, on everything else that he confessed, he's guilty of. He said it himself. Like, what do you mean? No one coerced him to tell us, like, oh, he moved to a different country because he wanted softer laws and he wanted to be able to do what he wanted to do. No one said, oh, I am making women work for me and I'm a pimp. He's saying these things. So, girl, I'm responding to you because it's funny. And you're being funny right now, because the fact that you come up here with your whole chest talking about, oh my God, I like him. Son, a mess.
But dude, like Andrew Tate, they don't feel like he did anything.
Get it done, whatever you say. Here's the thing. That's exactly what you don't want in a fucking lawyer. You don't want a lawyer just do your bidding and say, because guess what? That lawyer is just going to take your money and you're going to wind up screwed.
Get me out of jail.
Get me out of jail. Well, the law says
you're guilty. I said get me out of jail.
So before we found our lawyer, we met a bunch of lawyers here in Romania. We were like, look, I mean, speeding was a topic we brought up. And there was this, our lawyer's a G. Shout out to my lawyer. He is a G. But before we found him, we went and interviewed some bimbo in her suit who sat there and started talking.
First of all, why would they interview a female lawyer? Because they're all about women are shit. I know one of my best friends, one of my absolute best friends, is one hell of a kick-ass trial lawyer.
Laws to us. Well, if you're banned from driving and you get caught driving, what's going to happen?
I don't go see a lawyer to talk about the law.
And she said,
that's the most ignorant statement I've ever heard in my life. It's like, and this arrogance winds up saying, oh, the laws don't apply to me. So just, when I fuck up, you're going to smooth everything over. Here's one of the things lawyers can't do. Lawyers can't change the facts of a case. You think R. Kelly's lawyer was where I object, Your Honor. Those facts are really hurting the shit out of me. No, we can't change the facts of a case. And we can't change the law.
Well, then you go to jail. And Andrew looks at her in the face and said, not if I have the right lawyer, I don't.
Bullshit. If you keep flouting the law, guess where you wind up?
And we left.
Yes.
What? You're telling me that I'm going to go to jail?
That's called honest advice. I mean, if you do this, this is going to happen. How about this? Oh, hey, if you do this, you won't go to jail. I'll get you out no matter what. Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. That is what you call a glad-handing yes man, and just is going to take your money and not do shit for you.
Then why am I going to hire you?
Failure.
I walked in there and said, listen, I've committed multiple felonies. Am I going to go to jail?
Here's the thing. I would never want this guy for a client. I mean, give me a fucking break. Get the fuck out of my office. I don't need to hear your bombastic bullshit. You know, you want to know what the reality is, you know, and you tell them the truth. You tell them the truth. You don't tell them what they want to hear. And he just wants to hear what he wants to hear.
Well, probably. Well, then see ya. Bye.
You want me to lie to you? Oh, no. I can win that case hands down. Bullshit.
Why would I give you my money? You're useless. I went into some other man. That was a female. I went to a man's office, said I committed multiple felonies.
There are things we can do. We could try this. We could try that.
No problem.
I make one call.
You don't go to jail.
There's no problem.
No problem.
We
fix
send
this.
somebody else to jail.
We send him.
So we frame somebody. Come on. So we frame.
I have zero sympathy for any of the men who came up here. Yes, I'm talking to you, Stan the man. I don't have any sympathy if you're sitting up here. Oh my God, I love him. Oh my God. No, yeah, you get dragged because this is the person you decided to follow. Y'all are ridiculous. You all are ridiculous. And yes, I see what the lack of good fathers in the community has done. But I guess at this point, it's global. Like, it is ridiculous to have some man come up here like, oh my God, I don't see what he does wrong, innocent until proven guilty. This man is like, I go in and I say, I committed a bunch of felony. How can I get off? Y'all don't see a problem with y'all don't see a problem with that? Because y'all don't have, if you don't see a problem with that, I'm not even talking about legally, you do not have a moral compass. At least not a moral compass that I care to be around. Stand down.
Frame somebody. Guess how long your career would last if you fucking framed somebody and then it was discovered later?
Wait, sorry. This man is saying he wants an attorney. He hires an attorney that would admit to framing someone else for his crime. I do not care. I do not need you to be illegally doing anything. I don't need you to be a criminal. I just need to hear that from you, that you are willing to frame someone else for a crime you committed. Yeah, nah, I'm good. I am good on you. And if you are sitting here talking about, oh, I don't see an issue with that, then I'm also good on you. Stan the man.
Here's the thing. There's a few critical rules about criminal defense. Number one, if someone's got to go to jail, it ain't going to be fucking me. It's going to be the client. And number two, always be neatly dressed, always on time, and occasionally sober.
He is the new Andrew. He shave his head and he go. I'm like, oh, it's cool. That's the lawyer I want.
That's the lawyer I want.
So nobody wants.
And that doesn't last. And guess what? Like Bruce Cutler, you know, who was defending Gotti, he got hemmed up.
By the way, I'm going to play this to the end because had I seen this video, I would have made the same prediction that this attorney is about to make. And this was, let me see how long ago this was. This was 5 months ago.
by the feds, so he couldn't represent him anymore. That's what's going to happen with that kind of attitude.
When you're talking to your legal clients, don't start talking Mr. Legal Schmiegel. Because you think you sound smart. Well, I went to law school and it says on page
We
4
don't care.
We don't care
about the law.
It says,
Listen to the arrogance. Listen to the arrogance in these guys, and we don't care about the law. That means, they've got so much money and they've done so many things. The joy in life, and they don't give a shit about anything except for plowing forward and doing whatever they want. This attitude gets people arrested and gets them in hot water big time.
You heard that prediction. People are like, oh my God, you don't know if he did this, you don't know. It's very easy. I don't think you can vet completely, but you can vet for the negative. It's very easy, I think, to vet for the negative. When the red flag is, they're all over the place. And he was right.
page 48 of the Geek Bible, that on the .214, that if I'm a nerd, and then Scott Adams called me. No one cares.
How can you help me?
How much
fix
does
my
it
problem?
cost to make this all go away?
That's what we want to hear.
In other words, who can I pay off? And maybe that works in Romania. I mean, and maybe that's just the way business is done in Romania. It's not the way business is done in the United States. There may have been a time where that kind of stuff worked, and that was probably in the 30s, 40s, 50s, maybe even 60s, 70s, maybe the 80s. It's not like that today at all. I do say, well,
All right. So as someone who cares about the law, hearing that was annoying, but there was a bit of an exchange with Greta Thunberg on Twitter 2 days ago. Is it 2 days ago now? Everything happened overnight, right? And so Andrew Tate, in his macho masculineness, decided that he was going to pick a fight with a young lady. I think she's 18. And so he decided to tweet out to Greta, and he says, and she's a climate activist, right? And he is known for having these fancy cars and helping to pollute the world. So he said, hello at Greta Thunberg. I have 33 cars. My Bugatti, whatever. He's just talking about his cars, blah, blah, blah. At her for no reason. He was actually trying to bait her, and she took the bait. She said, yes, please do enlighten me. Email me at smallenergy@getalife.com, period. It is not the best drag, but it is a good drag for a young lady her age. So I'm here for it. He then came out with a video. I'm not playing the video because I don't care. In the video, there was a pizza box from Romania, a Romanian chain, which highlighted that he was in the country. The authorities were looking for him, and the reports are that because he had the pizza box in the video responding to her, the authorities were able to find out that he was in the country. Now, I don't fully believe this. I think this is sensationalized. I think it's highly unlikely that he's in the country and the government doesn't know, but private jets would allow that. Also, I saw tweets where he was saying he was in Romania. So I'm assuming that anyway, he doxed himself, essentially, is what I'm saying, right? So remember that video. Let's watch what happened, and then we'll read the super chat and then discuss this. Here's what happened.
Andrew Tate on Romania got arrested.
And his brother.
And his brother as well. So if you guys remember, back in April, there were human trafficking charges essentially against Andrew Tate for supposedly holding captive two women, one Romanian and one American woman. They both tell different sides. The woman claims that she was held there against, and they've charged him, which means that after an investigation, things have shifted.
Controversial influencer Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are arrested in Romania as part of a human trafficking probe. News broke late Thursday evening by BNO News that the pair were arrested on December 29th. Now, this news comes just hours after Tate made waves with climate activist Greta Thunberg going back and forth on Twitter about carbon dioxide emitting cars. Tate, who had previously been kicked off social media platforms for so-called misogyny and hateful ideations, had also made news last month. As Long Crime Network's Sidebar reported, he sued YouTuber Ethan Klein after Klein called him a sex trafficker. Now, at the time, Tate's attorneys sent Klein a cease and desist order. Some reports now say Romanian officials used Tate's social media to confirm he was in their country before his arrest. We're still learning new details in this case and will continue to bring you the latest developments as they come in.
Nothing else? No. Okay. Can go.
I don't know how much more that I want to watch. So he got arrested. He sent out a tweet that the Matrix was after him, or the Matrix sent men after him. the Matrix sent men after him. By the way, people who sent the super chat, I did save all the super chats, and I will be reading them shortly. So it is a problem that all these men are getting locked up. It's close to the New Year's. I don't know who's going to come out and start crying about, oh my God, New Year's, you should be home celebrating the New Year. I don't know what the conversation is going to be online, but it's really interesting that like this man was able to come online, tell all of like, essentially he's confessed to most of everything. Like it feels like, because part of the sex trafficking thing is about sort of crossing international borders and having women fly in from all kinds of different countries, keeping them there and having them perform certain kinds of jobs online, so to speak. So I'm actually quite interested in the legal framework and having people cross sort of international waters and what the implication is for international law, and what's going to happen. Let's see if Rock Nation strikes again. So I from a sort of purely legal standpoint, I want to know what this is like, because there is a huge political backdrop here. And that is, the Romanian government is now put on full display for being corrupt, right? And this man says that the government that is investigating him is corrupt. He knows they are corrupt. He wants to live there because they are corrupt. And so now this is a PR issue, right? This is a political PR issue. And I'm trying to think about what is going to be the result of such a case, right? Like, are they going to let him go, which sends the message that if you want to conduct this kind of business, come here? Or are they going to lock him away, not just legally? Obviously, there's the law, but I'm talking about from a sort of political, global perspective. Are they going to say, look, he lying, we do care about what we do here, and so we're going to lock him up? Also, how does the mafia feel about being exposed? Like, I feel like there's just so much here, and when you're that invested in the work that you're doing as far as Andrew Tate, I don't think those are the people who come out and want to be public figures. Because, like, literally you're being scrutinized. Like, when you do bad things, you kind of want to hide away and not be so bombastic online, because now all of your work and everything that you do is up for consideration. Anywho, what say you guys, and we can move on to what I want to move on to.
I think it's beautiful. I think all of this is God's work. I think that one of the things that kind of is coming up for me and is showing for me is just how lonely men must feel, not only when we talk about romance, but around each other. Because if this is what they think is real talk and is, what the world is, they probably haven't had an honest conversation or a good faith conversation in a while. And it's dark. But if this is what is attractive to you, congratulations.
Yep. And these men are like, I am not. The men say, I'm going to stick beside him. The men. The men are saying they're going to stick beside him, girl. I can't stand the man said, look, I like him. He's innocent. He's innocent until proven guilty. I can't. Let's read some super chat and then we move on to Tory Lanez. Because Tory Lanez, I have never seen a man sneak. So I don't know how to feel about this, because this might be one of the most idiotic things I've seen in a while. That phone call, literally in the beginning, says, this call is recorded.
One thing I will say is, my brothers were institutionalized. They were in jail most of their life. And three-way calls, that's one thing I'm very familiar with. We had code words, we had code languages, we had people three-way and then do another, this is how you know he's not really about it. You're not really in the streets, you're not really about it, which means you're gonna have a hard time in jail, friend. And I've also met him, and he's from Scarborough. So listen, he's gonna have a hard time in jail.
Look,
you said he's from where?
He's from Scarborough. I'm not from Scarborough, but it's Toronto. He's from Scarborough.
Oh, okay.
And listen, he has always been a dweeb. Always, forever. Forever.
I mean, he does give that energy. I don't know him, but yeah.
I can't wait to get into this, because if I were how did you not take a plea? Wait, let's read some super chat. Let's read some super chat. Stan, the men are immersed in a leisure and recreative mind style, while other men and women make the world spin, so they will adopt and believe any entertaining worldview. Not y'all dragging Stan the man. Stan is the man. Not today, he's not, because that's ridiculous. Does anyone want to read for me? Because I can't. I hate my voice.
He said, buy my class and you too will have super chat money. What's wrong with them? Long super chat money. Long super chat. Wake up, play. I was at my eye doctor appointment. Please tell me Stan got high pitched. Vocal cords took black men out of the home. Occur? Oh, I hate
sweater vest. It's just a vest. It's not a sweater vest. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not reading the names. Cloudykins. First of all, Tate was arrested in Romania. Innocent until guilty is an American idea. Ooh, he's in the gulag. Get over it. Period. Stop crying for this man.
No, please continue to cry, because all I'm gonna do is laugh. That don't make no sense.
Listen, I have to say something to Stan too. Krayapani said, Stan, the way I met foaming at the mouth, funny, getting into his morals and moving principles is scary. Oh, it's what, and that's what I wanted to say. The way that it's not just men, mostly men, the way that these Andrew Tate and even a manosphere supporters and simps, the way that they're able to compartmentalize is scary. I don't think that the way that they do it, I don't think that is it's not healthy, and it's definitely not safe.
And it's definitely not given to more than these leading men. It's not given to women.
Disgusting. You're absolutely disgusting, Stan. Kate the Great. The lawyer's black hat on his desk says it all.
Period. Thank you. Wait, Stan came back up. Girl, what do you have for Stan? Look, my trigger finger is ready. What do you have for us? Go ahead quickly.
Wait. First of all, go ahead.
Do you speak French?
Oui, qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Okay, les femmes doivent. Are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening.
Toujours les femmes. How do you say this? Les femmes doivent rester loin de toi. Toujours. Toujours.
Pourquoi tu penses que les femmes doivent rester loin de moi?
Parce que tu es dangereuse.
Ouais, attends. Premièrement, est-ce que tu peux m'écouter au lieu de parler? Peux-tu m'écouter? J'ai dit que j'étais très déçu quand il a donné ça comme exemple. C'est ça que j'ai dit. J'ai pas dit que j'étais en accord qu'il l'a fait. Est-ce que tu peux me laisser parler? Parce que...
Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
This was cute, but I'm gonna go with absolutely not. Stan, what did you have?
No. I said, Timus, I'm very disappointed in you because you let
Look, I don't care, but girl, I'm disappointed in you. Like I told you to say what you have to. If you're disappointed in me, I do not care. I have been disappointed in you many a times, and I don't tell you that. What do you have? You get your last defense.
Okay, what do I have? Timus, did I say that I was disappointed in what he did?
You said you still like him. I don't care if you.
No. Did I not say that I was disappointed in what he did? Yeah, I was. That's the first thing. Every time you came with an example, that's the thing I said.
Yeah, but when I asked, did you say you like him? Yes. Okay.
No. And then you separated, and I said I like his knowledge. That's what I said.
Okay.
I didn't say I said I don't know him.
I asked you if you liked him. You said you liked his knowledge. I said, forget his knowledge. Do you like him? And you said, I like his knowledge. So you did not
that's all
I'm not going to shout back and forth with you. Absolutely not.
Famous, I do have a question.
Go ahead. Ask the question. If your question is in defense of Stan, I'm going to remove you all.
No, it's not. It's not in defensive stand. But what do you do? Because we know people who have been convicted. Well, I'm not gonna say we, but I know people who have been convicted of high dollar crimes or whatever, and I don't justify what they've done, but I may have a distance relationship with them, but I don't hate them. I might still have some familiarity. So I know that's different than celebrity, but
I don't think you should hate anyone really. I mean, you can hate, I don't care. But when you're coming on someone's platform talking about, oh, I like him, and I'm telling you what he did, and I'm asking you, do you still like him? You should not be liking someone who is talking about women this way. You should not be, in my opinion, you can do it, but I don't want to be connected with or really talk to anyone in an extended conversation who is in any way attempting to defend any kind of behavior because of some knowledge base. If you like him for his knowledge base, then good for you. Go over there, support him in his knowledge base. But do not come over here talking about, oh my God, I'm going to defend him. He's a good person. I like him, or whatever you say. And then I give you all the examples of him being a terrible human being. And you are going to sit there like, yeah, but I like his knowledge base. But do you like him? I like his knowledge base. Do you like him? I like his knowledge base. No, I'm going to have a problem with that.
Here's my thing, Africo Pop.
How do people?
I just want to jump in real quick with what Africo Pop said, because when I think about one of the things that stuck out to me about Andrew Tate trying to regain relevance, doing the gambit of manosphere channels, the white guy who was doing the commentary and Andrew Tate, they're not even willing to associate themselves with the Black manosphere. They're not willing to make it look like he's the king of anything. I don't think that Andrew Tate would say that he's the king of the Black manosphere. He probably probably thinks even lowlier of them as Black.
You want to know something funny? While that might be true, I literally started off by saying this is not the Black community's L. This is other people's L. It doesn't belong to us. But apparently it's our L because Stan is up here. Stan was like, no.
That's what I'm saying. Like, But the thing about it is that this whatever he is, right? I don't know where he's from. I don't care, right? But this non-black man came into your community. You dubbed him the leader of it, and he's not even trying to sit with y'all. Like, this is the thing that has me thrown when they're doing the commentary.
All right, Concern, this is the thing though. I want to talk to you about this because I actually truly appreciate it, but it's always like you're trying to help. And
I know. Like, here's my thing, and you're right. Thank you for calling me out. Thank you for the accountability.
These men don't care. This man came up here to defend Andrew Tate, and then like after being asked directly multiple times if you like him, you could be like, oh yeah, no, I don't like him now because I said, if I can prove something that he did wrong, then you would be like, oh no, I don't like him or whatever. And I said it, and then you're like, instead of saying, I don't like him, like this man literally couldn't put himself to make himself say, I don't like him. Like he literally kept saying, oh my God, I'm disappointed in that, but like, I like his knowledge. Do you like him? I like his knowledge. Do you like him? Well, I don't know him. Well, you didn't know him 30 minutes ago when you just came up here and I asked if you like him and you said yes. So now when I'm asking you after I told you all the bad things he'd done, you're going to say, oh, I don't know him. Well, did you just randomly not know him in the time you were up here? Because you definitely, very clearly said you liked him when you just came up here. I'm not about to sit here and have a conversation with Sam the man about some foolishness.
Completely.
Concerned. What are you concerned about?
I'm not. You know what? I'm trying to regroup and figure that out. The name is stuck, but I am like what I'm trying to point out is some of the themes that I'm seeing in terms of how deep that psychosis goes and how many ways that the black male mind is entrapped in terms of whatever it is, the overarching theme.
Whoa. Why are you calling it a psychosis?
I mean, it is a label, and
no, listen. I have a problem with labels. I don't really care. I just want to know how, like, at least be semi-accurate. I would not describe that any of this as a psychosis. I don't even think it's close.
Well, my background is not in psychology, so I won't say that if you have the background to label it correctly, like I'm here for it. I'm more so saying that like the tangled web of ways that the delusion is sticking, like there's so many things, like so all of us have our own trauma work to do. And in my own growth, I've learned different modalities to kind of change some of the stories, right? That I grew up in, the shadow work, all of the above. You have to be able to figure out some of the connections in order to make the changes. Like, where does it come from? Name the problems. And so even though I'm obviously not, well, it's not obvious, you guys don't know me, but I'm not a black man. It's become interesting to me to see the different points to which there are, like trauma stories there. And so it's just kind of like, I don't know. I'm concerned about.
I hope you're not concerned about these men who don't care about themselves.
I'm not concerned about Stan. I'm not concerned about these men. It's more like overarching concern about like, what does this mean to be a black woman? But that's a bigger conversation that we can have right now. Like, what does it mean? What does it mean for the future of the black community and of black women in particular? But yeah, like it's just interesting to me to see.
Wait. I want to move this along because I want to end this discussion and then move on, because I saw a comment that's like, I don't care what Andrew Tate says his race is. I don't care.
I think he brought into his own hype. I think really what it is, I think he got warped up in the arrogance and the money, because that last video is a troll. That last video with the Lord is a complete troll.
No,
but
then there are people fighting that, oh, you shouldn't use videos in court. No, you should. Andrew Tate talks like someone who has watched too many movies and was broke while doing it. Also, can I see your ring, Themis? I love Julie. Oh, my mom got them for me.
Oh, she must have. She must have owed you.
She did. Oh my God, Stan. All right. Last time. What?
I don't know what to tell you, Themis.
Well, then why are you here? Goodbye then.
No,
The men say you can snitch on me, I'll do it myself. Period. Like, I'm so confused. You come back, I allow you on. You're like, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, like, why are you wasting my time and yours? Like, Andrew Tate equal Russell Sim. Oh no, wait, I don't know this. I don't know this. I haven't looked into him, so I can't say that.
I would say Andrew's much worse. Much worse. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Then Tater started making. Oh God. Whoa, I'm not reading.
Then Tater Tots. Oh my God, are his fans called Tater?
That's what they're called now.
Wait, y'all are wrong. Yeah, who came up with this? Then Tater Tot started making jokes to. Oh no, that's not good. Sorry, the Tater Tots. That is funny. That is actually. Oh my God. Sir, this is the last time. I promise you this is the last time. Go ahead.
Themis, okay. Everything that I say now, you cut people up. I thought you want to have conversation and not cut people up. I've listened to your show.
No.
Okay,
I want conversation with specific people.
Okay, okay. You want conversation with specific, okay? I've listened to the 3 other callers. You didn't cover once of them. When
I say specific people, I mean them.
Okay, yeah. They were saying a couple of things and everything. I was being generalized for a lot of things. Why are you cutting me off and not letting me speak completely? Like
Because
you're letting
you're not
them do.
making sense to me.
Maybe I am not making sense. Maybe you could just ask the question and listen. Like you're asking me to do. That's called respect.
All right, question. Here's the question with your respect. Do you like Andrew Tate still?
I said I don't like him. I told you that. I like his knowledge. That's it.
All right.
It's not because
So you're just gonna sit here and lie to my face that you told me you didn't like him. You're just gonna sit here and lie to my face.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Themis?
Yes, you may ask me
if somebody, let's say you have a friend or somebody has knowledge about different things that he did. He's great for different things and everything. And another part of his life, he did bad stuff. Are you basically going to judge him only for the bad stuff he did or only for the good? Or are you going to judge him for everything that he did, the good and the bad?
I'm not gonna be friends with someone who's a pimp. So even if he's doing good things right now, if he admits to being a pimp and still doing the behaviors that they're bringing forward, then yes, I would stop being friends with him and I would judge him harshly for that.
Do you know what a moral compass is? I'm asking. I really want to know. Do you know what a moral compass is?
You know what guilty by association is?
No, I'm not. Sean, I'm not going to.
I don't believe in that thing. Guilty by association. What are you talking about? Go ahead.
Stan, do you know what a moral compass is?
Yeah, your morality, the thing that you are ready to stand for and die for.
Period.
But Stan, what Themis said. But Stan, what Themis said. Can you understand why he holds that position? Not everyone has the same.
I can understand why he pulled that position. I have no problem.
Look, y'all can do this. I'm not about to do it. I'm not sitting up here and babying Stan. Wait, no. Wait. Sorry. Stan is fine. If Stan want to be mad, Stan can be mad. I'm not sitting up here and I'm not babying Stan. Your final word, Stan. Go ahead and then we can move on.
Okay, my final word is because you said that you wanted to have people come in your show and basically debate whatever and say. I told you I was very disappointed. I don't like that he did that. I do not like somebody hitting a woman. I do not like somebody basically raping or doing anything of sex trafficking. Serious, period. You don't know my past demons and everything. You don't know what I went through. You don't know how many people that I personally knew that was basically some girls and some friends that I knew that was basically in relationship with violent men. So you don't know what I've done to help it. So for you to judge me and to put me in association with somebody who basically is part.
Wait, no.
That's what you did, Team. You cut me off.
I said that was your last word, so thank you. I will leave you with this. Think about who put you in association with. Think about who put you in association with Andrew Tate, and I promise you it wasn't me. Have a good night. Bye.
And also, I want to say to you, is he still here?
Qu'est-ce que tu veux me dire? Vas-y.
Tu n'es pas une bonbon.
Tu n'es pas quoi?
Une,
What? Oh, sorry.
you're. Should I say it in English? You're not.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You're not a good person, Stan. Sorry.
How am I not a good person? I told you I am not for some. Wait. How am I not a good person if I told you I'm against somebody hitting somebody, a woman hitting? How am I not a good person?
Well,
Wait, no, Alicia. Stan, go ahead. Explain yourself one last time.
I told
Why
you.
are you
She
mad
said.
at me?
She said I am not
Why
a
are
good
you
person.
mad at me?
Okay. She said I'm not a good person. I've said I do not agree for him hitting any woman. Period. It is wrong. What the fuck happened?
Ruthless Stan.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I don't know your name and everything. I judge people by the person. I don't judge by the people you hang out with. If you're the type of person who doesn't like somebody hitting, you should judge by me. I said it. I am against it.
It's very melancholy music. That really got me sad.
I'm trying to put it as backdrop for Stan so he can talk while I play it.
Demons, you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
You don't get to come up here and lie. That's
I'm
what
not
you don't
lying,
do.
Demons. Why am I
When
lying?
you say you told me you don't like him, that is a lie. So I'm not about to sit here and have a conversation with you in a meaningful way after you lied to me. So no.
I did not lie to you. I told you what I like and didn't like about him. When you came with the example of the I used to play the violin.
Do not sit here and lie in my face and then expect me to have a conversation with you. Do not tell me that I associated you with Andrew Tate when you are the one who came up here to defend Andrew Tate, talking about
I came here to defend him for.
Oh, I like him, and he taught me how to do affiliate marketing. Like, girl,
You did say you liked him. You did.
You said that you like him.
Yes, I said that I liked him because of his knowledge. That's what I said. That's the first thing I said.
Okay, let me break it down like this. Have you ever heard the expression "birds of a feather flock together"? Have you?
No, I don't agree with that philosophy.
No,
I don't.
No. Have you ever heard of it?
Yes, I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Yes.
All right, well, thank you, Stan. That was very enlightening. Have a wonderful night now. Did you get everything you wanted out?
No, I didn't get anything out, Temus. I'm just so disappointed. You don't like the person who basically doesn't agree with you to listen.
Wait, Stan, I'm giving you the floor. Get everything you want out. You have this screen completely to yourself.
Both Stan. Wow.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what you want? Yeah, you're gonna put the music. Here you go.
This is tragic.
You cannot say I did not give you the floor.
Well, you're putting a music on the thing. You're not disrespecting me. Of all the time I come to your show, I've never disrespected you. I've always encouraged you, and you're treating me like this.
It's disrespectful to lie to someone. I think it's disrespectful to lie to someone. I do not like.
How did I lie to you, teammate?
You lied to me when you said that you told me you didn't like him. You also tried to say that I was the one who associated you with him when you jumped up on a stream to defend a man who you said taught you how to do things and make money. Are you rich now, Stan?
I'm learning how to make money. That's what I told you.
Are
I
you
knew.
rich now?
No, I'm
Period.
not
So
rich. I
continue.
never said I was gonna be. I never said I'm rich. I told you that I learned better ways to make money, except that just
Period.
working.
Can I have
Wait,
some of the
no,
money?
continue. Wait, no, continue to make the money. We are going to move on. I've given you enough time. I'll let Annalisa say her final words, but we have 5 super chats we need to read, and then we need to
Yeah.
get to polling.
Est-ce
Go
que
ahead.
tu donnes-moi ta argent?
Répète qu'est-ce que tu as dit.
Est-ce que tu peux donner-moi ta argent?
Oui, j'ai fait de l'argent et tout ça. Il m'a appris comment faire de l'argent comparé à avant. Avant, j'étais en.
No, can you give it to me?
Why would I give my money to you?
Shut the hell up then.
All right, can you read this, Stan?
I agree.
Yeah, and I don't understand why. Yeah, he's saying that I'm not a good man, and I don't understand what's the point. How do you know I'm not a good man?
Parce que je sais,
It's what you give off. It's a vibe. It's
What
a vibe.
vibe did I give up? I'm not
All right,
violent. I've
Stan, we're
never
not
been
about to go
violent to
into your life
anybody.
now. Stan, at another time when I'm not feeling petty, we can get back on a conversation. But tonight I'm feeling real petty because what I'm not about to do is pretend like this is not a happy moment for people to celebrate when a toxic person has been removed, at least temporarily, from society. So we're on a high right now. So maybe when you come back another time, we can have a meaningful conversation because I'm not about to have you lie to me up here or then pretend like you said something you didn't and act like I associated you with a man I never did. You jumped up on a panel and decided that you wanted to wear the cape. So, yeah, bye.
Sorry, you're not
Have a wonderful night.
Hashtag you're not a good man. Took black men out of the home, literally.
All right, let's finish these super chats.
Jubilee, I just got here. I want to say hi to all the panelists. Hello. Hope y'all are well. We are. Thank you for hosting Themis.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Jubilee. I appreciate that.
Say no way. Ms. Reed, Andrew's the guy that white people claim as their black friend. But even to a point, right? Even white people are, he's embarrassing. Cloudykins?
But a black man is jumping up here to claim him.
Oh, yeah. But of course. Black men are so sad.
No. This is an Andrew Tate moment.
I feel for Stan. This arrest is opening a lot of wounds for his son. Reminds me of the last time your daddy left to go get milk. You guys are sick. You guys think I'm bad?
Thank you. All right. Let me play this and let's get into Tory Lanez because that was a mess if I've ever seen one. All right. So Tory Lanez, how do I understand? Do I start at there's a petition? I thought this was a joke when I heard it. There is a petition started by a black woman. So y'all don't excuse liability right now. A petition. We're going to read this petition started by a black woman to appeal it because this was a miscarriage of justice. Girl, when I said I can't, I cannot. But before we do that, we need to take a little bit of journey because I need to go back to show some men on the manosphere, actually one man on the manosphere talking about this. And then we'll do a build up to that phone recording, right? So this is what this guy had to say.
Shot her after she insulted his career.
He's a victim because society sides with a man.
Megan testified on the consequences she has faced by bringing this
No, clearly society slides with a woman.
case to court, but has felt the need to amplify the struggle Black women face in getting criminal justice as victims and feeling protected as women in the rap industry.
See, and this personally, and this is where it hits home because it is a real gender war. And for people that don't think that it's a gender war, because, you know, I read a comment today and the comments basically said, you know, this, you know, Black women versus Black men thing is tired. You know, why can't Black men just hold Black women down? Well, this is why, because in my personal opinion, there's an assault on Black men. There's a agenda that Black women signed up for and is at the forefront of hanging Black men out to dry. Now, that does not completely absolve Tory Lanez of not executing dick discipline and not even putting himself in that position in the first place, but that's not the conversation. That's a video to come later on today, and I got my own personal thoughts on that. But the whole idea that they mentioned this shows the bias against men, specifically Black men by Black women. And obviously, it's not all women, so I'm not just going to completely say that, but to completely throw this man's career away whenever there's a shadow of a doubt, because society says don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And there's too many men that's getting out of jail today that was wrongfully convicted and so on and so forth. Whenever there's a shadow of a doubt, and this is a man that has significant resources, I'm assuming that he had the best lawyers on hand, and he still, even though it was revealed that, you know, she did have, you know, problems, you know, and jealousy and multiple different sexual partners and all that other type of stuff.
No, you throw it all out. You throw the tub.
They're saying that none of that plays and none of that should factor in. Everything factors in. How you grew up, what your sentiment is, how it is that you're moving going forward. Everything is supposed to factor in as far as determining whether or not you are on an up and up and you're about your business. But obviously that's not the case. Obviously we do have a bias. It's unfortunate that on a regular basis, and this is what they're doing throughout the industry, they're taking time to take down one piece after another, anybody that has any significant visibility, to determine whether or not this is a truly a gender war. And so I don't think that this is a war that men signed up for. This is a war that men are now facing. And now, you know, you have the Me Too movement, you have this, you have several other instances that's influencing our behavior. And then you say, well, why are y'all divesting against us? This is why men are divesting against you.
This is her before her dream continues.
Of course he said that.
Thankful there is just.
You were supposed to take the shot in your foot and smile.
Can I say something? Because of what he said,
before you do, Carrie, we might be biased, so please come forward. Please come up, Carrie. This is only for Carrie. Carrie, please come up and explain facts. I'm assuming you're saying what these people are saying is facts, not me. All right, go ahead.
According to his argument, if we take into everything, then we need to also take into account Tory Lanez's violent history when it comes to people in the industry. He has been violent with Travis Scott, and I don't know the operations in people's mind when you know you have a case going on against you, and then you turn around to assault August Alsina, who was walking away from you. Then you decided to get mad and go follow that person, similar to what you did with Megan. But we are caping for Tory Lanez. I don't understand why.
Wait. The back chat is full, but I only said it was for someone named Carrie. So unless you're Carrie, I'm not sure why the back chat is full.
Listen, it's not our fault that you're short, Tory. That's Mammy and Pappy. It's not our fault.
Wait, 1 second. Let me see. Gigi, are you Carrie?
No. No.
All right, you have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Use 30 seconds.
Yep.
Oh, 30 seconds. Okay. Tory's from my city. I'm from Toronto. Tory's from Brampton. He is an intelligent guy. He grew up kind of privileged, but you know what? I'm telling you, men are men, and men in Toronto are from the Caribbean, and they have a different culture here. So it's more of a, raise their guns, kind of blast in the air culture.
I mean, you say he's smart, but he's made a record. He called in from a break. He called from
because you know what?
This is recording, and Nothing. Like this is recording, and you go forward and like, yo, is she okay? Yo, I'm so sorry, man. That shouldn't have happened. I am so sorry for what happened last night, but I don't remember the conversation. But I'm sorry. And everyone's like, oh, he's apologizing for the conversation. He's apologizing for sleeping with her. I am apologizing for what happened that night.
I know
That
that
part.
was wrong. That
That
was
part.
wrong. Bad
That
idea.
part.
These people think they can play in my face. Absolutely not. Thank you, Gigi. The link is still for Carrie. So Carrie, please come forward. We're gonna continue. So that's what the men. That's generally what men were saying both before and after the verdict, right? And y'all out here arguing with men online. I don't know why. And some women, actually, a lot of women, actually, talking about.
I can tell you why the women are acting the way they are, but let's.
Well,
tell you why
I'm
the
going to
women.
hear in a moment. But the thing is, these were the people who are like, I have to wait to see what the result is. Innocent until proven guilty. That is our law. He's not guilty. Well, you know, it's a black man and the system is against the black. Okay, so you were lying in the beginning. You just didn't want to have the conversation in the beginning. And now you're just moving the goalpost in the end. Got it. Don't talk to me. Let's continue because his dad, I'm going to play his dad twice, both before and after the phone recording. Like, let's do it. I'm going to go back to the same guy because I feel like this guy encapsulates the black manosphere in their response to Tory Lanez.
Thoughts on this in a general sense, and then maybe we'll do a breakdown of the
Canadian men
whole
are
video
just as
because
degenerate, guys.
I have no clue, and I do not know who all of these people that they name, except for Jay-Z. But my thoughts in a general sense, and I said that I was going to break this down and give you my sentiment about this whole thing earlier when I did the video when I talked about Tory Lanez being convicted and found guilty on all charges and is facing 22 years in prison. Let's think about that for a minute. But before we do, make sure you hit a like for the YouTube algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Make sure you tap in also to the Patreon. We're doing some phenomenal things in there. Make your way up through the videos in order to get the most value from a financial perspective so that you can love that comment. We're going to get you scheduled. I think that there's an assault against men. Let me just say that one more time. I believe that there's an assault against men. What you've seen in this trial, I'm just going to give you my authentic, unfiltered thoughts. I don't care about what nobody else thinks. I don't care about what the sentiment is. I don't have the all the lights. Possible if you don't necessarily get that, but we take Tory out of my radar. And with music, I'm not tied to it. I don't really care about rappers outside of like financial, maybe, right? But in a general sense, if we paying attention to what's happening here with this Tory Lanez and Meg Thee Stallion, right? Nobody still knows who is what. The only thing that we have to go by is hearsay, a small smidget of evidence, different people's story that cannot be corroborated. But more importantly, here's the biggest thing. This is what we do know for sure. And this is the thing that women are saying. I hear a lot of women. I don't hear any men saying it. I hear a lot of women. They're paying attention to what's happening on Clubhouse and looking at different videos. Women want us to completely ignore the fact that Meg Thee Stallion has been caught lying multiple different times. Meg Thee Stallion has been caught lying multiple different times. I can understand why his father is outraged, because the only way, in my opinion, obviously I'm wrong, but the only way, in my opinion, that I thought that you can convict somebody is beyond a reasonable doubt. Meaning, if there's a possibility that they're innocent, because we operate in a system that is claimed to be innocent until proven guilty, but obviously we don't see that happening with the Meg and the Tory case. We're operating in a system that's...
Sorry, my brain cannot let this go. It's not if there's any doubt. It's not if there's any doubt. Like, please don't be fooled by this reality. Like, there can be doubt. When we say beyond a reasonable doubt, this is the prosecution's burden. And the jurors are human beings. Like, I don't understand why there's so many online attorneys. Oh, that's wrong.
Themis.
That's wrong. I should. Yeah.
Themis, I'm sorry. My sister is an attorney, and she used to work in the DA's office in Harris County, that's in the Houston area. And when I tell you, she could not open social media. She's like, because people, all these, not even just attorneys, if you're not in criminal law, if you don't know, and I understand as an attorney, you have at least a more general understanding than most people. And she was just talking to me about why people keep on talking about DNA on a gun. Do you know how DNA gets transferred?
Wait, we will get to that.
Okay.
Actually, let's get there. Let's get there now. It bothers me. Someone came up here and I was just sitting there. Someone said, "Stop interrupting Themis." No, I don't know. Should I stop it? I don't remember what happened. Afropop, go ahead. I think I interrupted you and people wanted to hear what you had to say. I apologize. Let me learn. Go ahead.
No, I mean,
he's saying for us to stop interrupting you. He's not talking.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Oh, I didn't feel interrupted.
Or what?
Go ahead.
But okay, how she was explaining to me, and if you watch forensic files, in terms of DNA, for the most part, DNA can be transferred by only blood, bodily fluids, hair follicle from the bulb, saliva. DNA does not get transferred. I'm coming, baby. DNA does not get transferred by just holding a gun. There has to be something, but you can speak to it. I'm gonna see what my son wants. But yeah. That was just that. I mean, DNA. How do you think DNA gets on what ways would DNA get on a gun?
Yeah, which it doesn't make sense to me because like people under the shade room comment with like, he's not guilty, his DNA wasn't on there. And I'm like, it's upwards of 90%. It's 90% unlikely. Like out of all the guns that have been collected and tested, 95%, upwards of 90, I don't remember the exact number. And this is on most of the government released forensic files and federal court reports on this. You don't get DNA on there. When you fire a gun as a general matter, we don't expect there to be DNA. Now, fingerprint should have been the question. Were there fingerprints on the gun? Okay, there wasn't. Got it. So no one fired the gun. Because if there wasn't, the gun was fired. We know that much. So if Tory's fingerprint weren't on the gun, Kelsey's fingerprint weren't on the gun, no one's fingerprint were on the gun, guess what? Oh, wait, you can wipe a gun. Oh, wow. Like, what? Like, the people on the shade room, and they're saying it so confidently, like, he did not have his DNA on there. First of all, it says inconclusive. That's your first mistake. The second is, even if it wasn't there, that is not indicative of anything, right? Like, it's not determinative of his innocence. Anywho, let's continue because we're not even...
I just want to say one thing because I didn't know that it was possible after decades of wearing glasses, you can still be cross-eyed. He's cross-eyed, right?
Cool.
Anton.
Oh, I don't know.
You learn something new every day.
Look, I don't. So this lady decided that how dare y'all lock up a good black man? All right, wait here. Are you Carrie? Hello? Are you Carrie?
Listen, what's that person's name? Shut the hell up. Yo,
you're not Carrie?
Commenters, man.
Nope. All right. Well, I think you're not speaking. All right. So this lady started a petition to free Tory Lanez, and she got some pushback. Before we get to the petition, I don't want to read it. Let me know if anyone wants to read this because it's long, but I do want it read because I want to understand it. But she's going to explain some of it. So I'm going to go to her explaining some of it first, and then we can get into it.
Online, offline, use your words, speak beautifully if that's what your cause is really about. Now, let's talk about some things a couple of you guys have been saying about the case. Let's go there. All right, see, I'm going to address a specific person, or their comment, I know the person. And they say, you know what? They said, I seen this is really disgusting of you. I said, what? They said, well, he would never even talk to someone like you, you know? He would never talk to someone with African features. He would never date somebody that looks like you. And it'd always be the women that's like you with these features who this person, you know, wouldn't even talk to. They don't even date women like us. And I thought that was very strange. And they also said a couple things about not liking the person personally, like they just don't like them and their personality. And see, this is a problem. I'll tell you why this is a problem. Because you are driven by your emotions and your feelings. I want to have conversations about facts. I want to have conversations about information. I want to have conversations about, as I said, evidence. Why? Because this is about Tory Lanez, but it's also bigger than Tory Lanez. It's about our judicial system. I don't care who he likes to date. I don't care what his preferences are. I don't care about his personality. It's not about that. Because it's dangerous. It's dangerous for us to take our feelings, our assumptions about another person and say, you know what, I don't like that. I don't like them personally. So I like the judgment. Yeah, I don't think that he cares about women like us. I don't care if they someone with African features. So why take up for a person like that? Because this is not about who he personally is or what you think or how you feel about him. It's not about that. It's not about how you even feel about black men or feel about black men that have similarities. And it's not about that. That's not what our legal system should be about. It shouldn't be about how you feel about someone and how this person feels about someone, if they like them or if they think this person shares a dating preference that matches what you look like. It's not about that. That type of biasness is the stuff that us black people have been fighting for. We don't want someone who's a Caucasian person to treat us like that because of the color of our skin and say, oh, because you're this and that, or because you have African features or you don't look like me. We don't want them to do it, but then you do it to your own. And think that this is the reason, and this is this type of bias you want me to use. You want me to decide who I support. And I'm supporting not a person's brand, not a person's personality, not a person's music. I'm supporting the fact that what we saw and the information we got just didn't add up and it's unfair. That's what I'm supporting. So let that be clear. You know, when a white cop shows up and he sees a black woman or he sees a black man, he is somebody that shares the way that some of you guys think, even though you think you don't share that way, but you are if you're saying these type of things. If he shows up to the scene and he automatically pulls out his gun or his taser or he gets extremely violent or extreme with that person, we get upset. We say, hold on. He made a judgment. He made a bias. And it's unfair because he feels this particular way or reason about somebody. He overreacted. We don't want people to treat us that way. We want people to say, hey, no matter what I think about the person, no matter what type of bias, no matter what type of, because they have tattoos or they have locks or they have dark skin or they're from a particular neighborhood, or they have a certain education, that doesn't mean that they're a criminal. We want our officers and our law. We've been preaching and begging for this. We say this is what we want. We talk about how unfair it is when we see these type of arrests and these type of shootings. But then at the same time, say, oh, this is the reason why I want this person to have this judgment because I don't like the way he is. I don't like his personality. I don't like the way he looks. And I don't like the way that he don't want to date people. Those are bias. That's not even related to the information and the evidence. We want our judicial system to look at information and evidence. Yeah, this is how we treat each other. I want us to just think, and I want us to just be a lot deeper, you know, in our reasoning and our judgment. I want us to look at information. I want people who feel differently to not just say, oh, this is not protecting black women. I want you to actually read the petition, and I want you to go over it line per line if this is something you care so much about, because we're talking about real lives. And I want you to go look for errors. I'm not talking about grammar errors. I'm talking about literally like, okay, this isn't correct, or this doesn't add up, or she might be wrong about this, or, you know, and I want you to actually look at it from a lens. I'm not about, is this person this sexuality, or this person is this color, or this person is this race, but at full information. And no matter what your opinion of it is, you want to use your voice, you want to use, you know, you want to talk to me, you want to talk to other people about it, but that you do so with human compassion, that you do so with the understanding that what you say in your words actually matter, and be mature about it. Because you owe the world that to contribute in a way that is in that type of light and love. Do we get that? And when I hear
So I promise you, I wrote this down. I will only stop when people start saying, wait, I'm confused. Because I'm confused.
What is she talking about? What is she talking about? I am confused.
Because the system, blah, blah, yeah. System is bad. We don't want police to randomly go and attack. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm still with you. But this petition, though, what? Wait, let's go to the petition and then get into the super chats. All right. So here is the petition. I probably should do it like that.
Immediately, it says. Okay.
Can someone read that or no? Is it too much?
I'll try to go quick. Oh, you.
Either one is fine. Go ahead, Annalisa, then.
Okay. Tory Lanez was found guilty of all charges, and it is a true miscarriage of justice. The state did not prove that Lanez undoubtedly committed any crime. Reasonable doubt loomed over a 10-day trial as the prosecution was unable to show us that there were not alternative explanations of the events. A circus of speculation, insufficient evidence, inconsistencies, and drunken memories left us without much moral certainty of any truth. Meanwhile, the jury selection itself may have put him in a terrible position to begin with. If the prosecution believed their victim's account, why was Tory not charged with attempted murder and kidnapping? Instead, gave lesser charges that they were still unable to prove without doubt. Now he faces almost 30 years in prison and deportation. E.J. King is the only witness who gave a clear and concise testimony. We literally witnessed every other testimony filled with inconsistencies and contradictions, including a plausible suspect request full immunity and pled the fifth to not incriminate herself. Kelsey also committed perjury. Many said she was paid off. How is this reasonable if she said things damaging to Tory Lanez's case? The lead investigator did a shoddy job of fully interviewing the one neutral witness and ignored evidence that it could have been another person. They didn't even test the other potential suspects for DNA on the gun. Tory's DNA was not found on the gun. A female's was. Meg and Kelsey lied about violently fighting that night. Meg lied about being intimate, arguing in the car, being extremely drunk, and about why she was asked to leave the party. There is a witness that says, "The girl shot first," and he was asked repeatedly in different ways and maintained the same answer. Plus, Megan, the victim, lied on Gayle King on her IG lives and in interviews. She also went from stating she didn't know who did it and that her back was turned to, "You shot me." Her story, are you playing music?
Yeah. Keep going, girl.
You're going to help me. Her story then progressed to that she saw him do it when she turned around. Later, that she turned her neck, seeing it from the side. Next, Kelsey admitted that her September 2022 testimony was fabricated and that her text message was sent out of panic. Panic of what? What did she do? What is she asking immunity for or from? Why did she lie and say, Meg and I might have just bumped each other that night? Sorry. Sadly, the judge allowed a lot of leniency towards the prosecution. For instance, playing Kelsey's audio, even though she said she was lying at the time due to pressure from the state. The judge also stopped the defense from questioning the detective about his DV past, stating it isn't relevant. Yet, would let the state question Tory's entire background outside of this case to paint a scary black man image if he got on stand. Megan Pete has been allowed from day one to promote a narrative without Tory able to speak once. She campaigned, building a career, gaining soldiers, including celebrity and political supporters. She made millions and became hip-hop's it girl. The jury was not able to even hear from the driver who was a witness for Tory Lanez. Why? The unprepared prosecution said they needed a week, knowing that request would prevent another witness from telling a different side from Meg. Not to mention, two jurors got replaced midway. After 8 days, most of us thought this would end in a mistrial at the most. What is interesting is that, as of yet, no charges are being brought against Meg and Kelsey for committing perjury on the stand. The state got handed a case filled with holes and won because of an irresponsible jury who voted to send a man away. The law says if there is any reasonable doubt, then it is the jury's job to declare one innocent. Yet, that's not what happened. The justice system failed him. This means they failed his son, his parents, and people who want to believe in the justice system. This is not about if you like Megan. nor about how you feel about what happened that night. It is only about the evidence that was presented. Do they prove guilty without reasonable doubt? Logic and unbiased opinion says this verdict was a miscarriage of justice. Tory Lanez's father says this case is just about wins and losses for a careless, corrupted DA's office. Many say Tory Lanez became the DA's sacrificial lamb, and a perfectly presented press release came the same day from its office. This case is also about branding, marketing, label heads, and a music industry that pushes narratives based on who they have personally invested millions into. Could Jay-Z or Rock Nation be involved? The justice I want for Megan is for the full truth to come out rather than the scrambled truth we are left with. Who really hurt Meg? Was this case taken because of a political pressure to fake protect Black women? African Americans went along with the hashtags that didn't protect anyone and instead caused division between Black men, women, and Black men. A trick that we so easily fall for. This petition is not to tear down nor chastise Meg the Stallion, but it is about asking our justice system to do the right thing. And the injustice for one of us is an injustice for all of us. Simply, the case against Tory Lanez deserves a more thorough investigation. Appeal his case and grant him a fair trial. Help me get the California justice system to do the right thing. Let's protect our community from injustice.
All right. So that being said, can you tell me how many people this says signed the petition?
No, I don't believe that. That's
48,438, I think.
That's real?
I'm gonna say
Oh, I believe it. I believe it.
I hope not.
I thought that, you know how you can like buy fake followers on Instagram? I thought sometimes you could do the same thing with this, but no, I guess not.
I love it here. Oh, thank you. I have some other super chats I need to read, but before we go there,
yeah, let's read the comments. Damian Valdez, free that nigga, bro.
Wait, no. I'm not gonna read the comment there because I have one more video, and it's this lady. She's from Love and one of those things. I don't know.
Oh, this fucking girl, man.
Happy holidays to you guys. Happy holidays where emotions rule facts that can be proved. And then we won't have such, I mean, and again, y'all jump me for saying this, but I'm tired of this whole systemic rant that Black people like to go on. Those are facts. I don't negate those things. I'm blessed to have never had to live those things. But at the same time, you know, we all have choices. And so since you guys all think that Tory shot Meg, you would say he had a choice, right? And he had a choice to pull the trigger and not pull the trigger. And according to you guys, because you were all there that night, he pulled the trigger and he shot her. Even though her wounds don't say that that's what happened. But you guys say he pulled the trigger and he shot her and he had a choice and he chose to pull the trigger. Now, if he sat in that courtroom and said, the system, I'm a Black male who's been had to grow up in a system and a world that has not been designed for Black men or Black people in general to succeed, thrive, or win, or progress. And I am dealing with so much untreated trauma. And, you know, with the Black Lives Matter movement, I didn't want to turn myself in, or I didn't want to come forward and say what I knew because Black men are being killed at an alarming rate. Y'all would not be the fuck here for it. Y'all would not be here for it. Keep it a fucking being. You would not be here for it. And that's why I say y'all pick and fucking choose, because that was Meg's whole thing. Systemic.
But why would I pick and choose? Like, that's serious.
American or not, he could be a whole Black Canadian. He's a Black man. And so to America, he's still a nigga. American born or not, he's still a nigga. Don't act like America didn't just hand down a verdict that would support the fact that they see him as just another nigga out here doing nigga shit. So that's it.
She made a tweet and people were dragging her for the tweet, and that was her attempt at clarifying. They were like, oh my God, he's innocent. He didn't do it. Why don't y'all leave him alone? Blah, blah, blah. Now, this is the tape. Let's listen to the tape together. Look, I'm on the side that an apology is not a confession, but girl, an apology can be a confession. And then, if you sit here and you listen to this conversation with Kelsey, Tory called Kelsey after the shooting, and Meg is in the hospital. If you listen to this and you're sitting there thinking, well, we don't know what he's apologizing for, you cannot believe Kelsey shot Meg. You cannot listen to the conversation he's about to have with Kelsey and think Kelsey shot Meg. Let's do it. Let's play the tape, girl. Because first of all, I feel like he needs to be dragged for being like not the smartest person, for even talking like this on the phone. But I'm glad he did.
Call. Thank you for using Telmate.
Hello.
Hey.
Y'all got a
Call. To deny this call. Thank you for using Telmate.
hello.
Hey.
Y'all got out safe and everything.
Huh?
Y'all got out and everything. Y'all good.
Megan's still in the hospital. I'm outside the hospital.
What hospital y'all at?
About what?
You said what?
I said Megan's in the hospital still. I'm outside the hospital waiting.
What hospital are you at?
I don't know. Let me see. Cedar, something like that. Cedar.
Bro.
Sure.
Regardless, I know she probably never ever gonna talk to me ever again, but bruh, I just want you to know, bruh. Nigga, I was just drunk, nigga. I just didn't even understand what the fuck was going on, bruh. Like, so whatever.
Yeah.
But regardless, that's not gonna make anything right, and that's not gonna make my actions right, bro. But I'm just deeply sorry, bro. I never even moved like that, bro. Like, never moved like that at all, bro. Like, for real, dog.
I know. There's a lot that happens, but
A whole lot, bro. A whole lot, bro. I feel crazy, bro. But in this state, like, what happened already, bro. I can't take it back, bro. I'm just telling y'all, I'm sorry, bro. Like, I was just too drunk, bro. You know what I'm saying? When I got to the house, shorty, like, all top niggas, they gave me like 5 shots, like, off the door, like, you feel me? So I was out of there, like, wasn't even there with niggas, like, you feel me? We was taking shots past that time. I wasn't even there with niggas, like, bro. I don't even remember what we was even arguing about, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
yeah, no, I didn't even, I was already fucked up by the time you got there, so I don't know how much.
Like, but tell me what hospital she's in.
I told you, Cedar Medical.
Alright, you ain't got Quan's number, right? You ain't got my security number.
Quan, I do have a number.
Can you call this nigga Quan and tell this nigga, bruh, you get a chance, bro, just figure out what you gotta do to bail me out this shit.
Okay.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I'm sorry again, bro. Like,
I think honestly, I think we're gonna try to, because obviously, like, the longer you're in there, the more hot it's gonna get, because it's already on, like, there's no names released yet, but the report is already out,
but like, out is what? What you mean out?
It's on some app. Megan's team is on top of this. So,
yeah, but like, niggas don't. There's no way that Megan's on like the thing.
No, what'd you say?
There's no way that Megan's like on the thing.
No. So far, none of that is there. But I mean,
yeah, I don't think it's gonna be one of those. If anything, the only nigga that's gonna get this backlash is me. It's not gonna be her. But
yeah,
but
I'll let you know.
Alright, it is what it is. regardless if I get out of here today or not, bro. I just want to let y'all know, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
Y'all play too much. Kelsey did not shoot that woman.
And if she did, he'd be like, why did you do that? Like, man, you were bugging. Like, if she were to shoot, if Kelsey shot Meg, Tory would not be so much on himself. And Kelsey is the calm, like, I mean, she knew it was crazy, but that whole conversation was not.
Yeah. And you said you would be the one getting backlash on the blogs. Like at this point, nothing about this indicated that Kelsey did anything wrong in at least in his mind, right? So this idea that like, oh, he was apologizing to her for starting the issue that caused Kelsey to shoot Megan, like literally makes no sense at all. The fact is, let me not say if it was my client. I don't understand how you did not take a plea deal. Megan said you shot her. Kelsey said you shot Megan. People saw you with the gun shooting. There's gunpowder on your hand, and we already know you said Kelsey didn't do it. You said Kelsey did not do it, right? And now we have this recording of you. I am concerned about why you would take this to court. Like, what was the plea deal like? The plea deal must have been real bad. The plea deal probably was like, girl, take me 15 years and get deported. Because, like, I don't understand why you thought you were going to win with all of that, plus that tape. Like, that don't make sense. And here's what. I did it this way because let's go back in time to what he actually said, because this has to be a mental problem. I don't understand how you could know all of what you did, because he knew he did. Look, not only does he, wait, let me see that someone said, because Timothy thought the black blogs was the judge and jury. Thank God they weren't. Thank God their moral compass wasn't. Thank God DJ Academics was not the one making the rule. Because you sat there and have DJ Academics hyped you up with his no.
Famous. Drag them all. Drag them all.
You're going to sit there talking, letting Big Act. It's Big Act.
Big Act in the building. That's your brother, Famous. That's your countryman.
Yeah, let me stop.
Jamaica does not claim Big management.
Oh, y'all been selling them?
He's Jamaican?
Yeah. Y'all been selling them?
DJ Academics is Jamaican?
He's Jamaican.
That makes sense.
We cannot confirm this. We cannot corroborate. I don't claim.
Jamaican or not Jamaican, if he's Jamaican, that makes sense. Let's continue. So, if you know you did something, I am not like, if I did something wrong, I am not about to do what he's about to do, because he did it. Like, he did it. I don't have to say allegedly. He was found guilty. Tory Lanez shot Megan Thee Stallion. And that's just that on that. So the fact that you shot Megan Thee Stallion and you came out and you did this foolishness, the level of arrogance you must have to put this video together, go on live and say this foolishness. This is what he had to say.
When did I become this person? Like, my favorite song on the last Chicks tape that I put out was Beauty and the Benz. And that was a record that with Snoop Dogg that I loved. And instead of me even being inside of the video, like really take me in for a second. Instead of me even being in the video, and this is before all this, instead of me being in the video, I made a video all about the empowerment of black women. There's nothing but different types of black women in the video, all shapes, sizes, colors, ages, that just shows the love in what I'm doing. And it's like all of a sudden a narrative comes out with no factual evidence, and all of a sudden I'm the bad guy. And it's like, yo, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I understand, like, and I support the whole movement of protecting black women, but I want to speak on something. And sometimes, you know I'm not always in the right place to speak on things, but this is something that I went through, so I feel like I'm able to speak on it. I am all for protecting black women. That is something that is one of the most important things that needs to be taken seriously, and awareness needs to be brought to. And regardless, if this debacle, regardless of what you guys think happened, if this situation caused you guys to pay more attention and more awareness, from the beginning of time, when you really think about how this works, like from the beginning of time, we've been taught to be with our own heritage. And from the beginning of time, we've been taught to be with our own heritage. White man and white woman, white girl and white man, Spanish man, Spanish woman, Indian man, Indian woman. When you guys start making it like put black men down and protect the black women, I'm not saying you guys, I don't mean to make it like, oh, you're attacking, but when we as a whole make it protecting black women means putting down black men, then it comes to a point where it's like, okay, well, who's gonna protect black women? Who is supposed to be protecting black women? It has to be black men. It's not the white man. It's not the Spanish man. It's not the man who, it's not none of those. It's not the Chinese man. It's not none of those men. It is it's black men. It's black men. And I'm not saying that black men aren't the people who in times who aren't the people who inflict certain issues and mental issues and certain things that girls go through. Like black men are very much the cause of a lot of things. Because of, at the end of the day, like the way we were raised, certain standpoints, maybe we didn't have a parent around. Some things were just not here, whatever the case is. But at the end of the day, it's like you got to remember at the standpoint, if a man is supposed to be, and I say this loosely because I don't want anybody to take this out of context, if the man is supposed to be the head and a woman is supposed to be the neck, y'all got to think about this. In order for the head to move, left, right, whatever it is doing, it needs the guidance of the neck. It needs the guidance of the woman. In order for me to smell and use my 5 senses on my face, for me to lean in or whatever the case is, I still need to use the neck. I still need to be guided by a woman. So regardless, it's like I don't feel like I should be torn down. If anything, before y'all know the story, like learn the story first, learn the factual parts of the story first, and then come at me and be like, yo, you need to fix this and fix that. If that's what you feel like I did. But instead I'm being torn down for a narrative that's like, now I'm the poster boy for I don't like black women. But anyways, let's get into this. I want to get into this because it's very important for me to just say this. I'm not here to bash this woman. I'm not here to come down on this woman. I'm not here to disrespect her or throw her under the bus, but it comes to a certain standpoint where I just can't let my character be assassinated for things that are not even really true, like in falsified narratives and information. Let's start this over. When the original report came out, the TMZ report about this, that, and the third, and there was gunshots in Kylie Jenner's house, and Tory Lanez goes to jail. They gave y'all all the facts of the juice of Tory Lanez going to jail, and this, that, and the third, and Megan getting arrested, and da-da-da-da. 2 days after that, I get a call from Rock Nation that says, yo, we heard you're gonna make a statement about what happened, and it'd be in your best interest if you don't make that statement. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't understand what the issue with me telling my fans, like, yo, look, it's not that serious of a deal. I went to jail for whatever it is. It's like, I didn't get for that 2 days why that was an issue. 2 days later, the TMZ report come out. TMZ reports and have the surveillance now. Now they see the video of the arrest. You see Megan, you see me, and you see it's all sprawled out on the ground in bathing suits and blah, blah, blah. And everything I'm saying is public record. You can go back and look at this shit. You can go back and see it. Like, you feel me? So they say, oh, okay, you know, you see her out of the car. She's getting out of the car. She's hopping. It looks bad, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I felt bad watching it because it made her look bad, and it didn't make her look good. It didn't make any of us look good. I didn't want that for her. I don't see that for anybody. So all of a sudden, when we get arrested, or when it looks like we all got arrested, a meme started. Now I want to really bring you guys in for a second so you can understand something. And I really just want you to take this in. Like, she is a person I spent enough time with her to observe and understand something about her, where it's like, she's going through a lot. She goes through a lot. She deals with a lot on her day-to-day basis. And because of that, she's not used to, you know, not even just because of that, but just because of the fact that she's been praised so much. We've always looked at her as like, yo, that's hip hop sweetheart. Like, she's nice, she's talented, whatever the case is, cool. And because of that, like, we've never seen a moment where the memes have come at her, where the memes are like, yo, nigga, let's laugh at your pain. Ha 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 ha. She's never had to deal with that because she's always been praised. So everything that's been happening has been a reaction off of what's been going on. So it gets down to this point now where it's like, now the courts are starting to say, okay, well, everyone's pointing to different things. No one really knows what's happening.
Essentially, he said, I can't go through that babble. Welcome, Ethian Fruit. Thank you. Welcome to the membership. I see the super chats. I will be reading them shortly. So here's the thing. The fact that you came on and you weaponized the first statement Megan made, which was, I was cut by glass. I understand the attorney doing that. I don't understand how you can know what you did and come out and go, well, she said she was shot by glass. She was cut by glass. And it's like, why do you think you can weaponize? Why would you feel comfortable weaponizing that against her publicly if this is what you want people to do? I'm glad you did, because I hope this means women and people generally won't lie to protect other people. When people shoot you, shoot at you, shoot in your vicinity, no, don't do that. Like, that's ridiculous to me. But he comes out and he says, I didn't do it. She's lying. This is all a lie. I protect Black women. I don't shoot Black women, blah, 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 right? It is in retrospect, watching that video, that I'm like, people can literally look in your face and just straight up lie to you. Like, just, like I could not. There was a moment where I was like, wait, this doesn't make sense because I believe Megan was shot. I believe it's Tory who shot her based on everything that I'm seeing. But Tory's like literally saying, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. She's lying. And I'm like, wait, why would you be so overt? Like you would be quiet and your lawyer would do the work that they need to do to disprove the prosecutor's case. You coming out here, it's a kind of arrogance that is very much narcissistic. And I don't use that word lightly. Like the fact that you were like out publicly just saying, I didn't do it, she's lying, and you're painting this narrative that it's you didn't do this, when you did it. You literally did it. Like, I don't have to say allegedly. You shot her. Like, that does not make sense to me. And then your dad coming out, like, arguing with people. By the way, DJ Academics was crying on his podcast.
Really?
He was like,
this is
he did it. It looks
Clown.
like he did it. Why?
Clown.
Why did I put why did I go so hard for him? Why would you make this video? Like, accountability is lost when you surround yourself and only listen to yes people. I agree. I agree. Like, this man is sitting up here like, DJ Academics. Yeah, I don't know what I can do with this. When it was on paper, it was easy to say he didn't do it. He was just apologizing for the fight. But hearing it now, it sounds like, yeah, he did it, man. There's no win. And the man in the comments are like, nah, he didn't do it. He didn't say he did it. I'm like, oh my God. These people, literally, even if you wrote, I did it, if you said, I did it, like, what are they going to do when Tory Lanez his morality finally catches up with him and he goes, if he does this, yeah, you know what, I did it, but I was drunk and I wasn't meaning to shoot her. I was shooting in her direction and I didn't mean to shoot her. That doesn't really change my opinion. What are they going to do then? Like, that makes no sense. And then the whole conversation about Rock Nation, I'm not going to do this. I was going to show this, but it's too late now. It's 4 hours in. There were people in there talking about this is not a confession. I heard apologies, but no confession. Someone said, I don't hear anything about a gun or shooting. Brock could be apologizing for banging both of them out and then finding out about it or saying sorry for being on Kylie, free Tory. And they're laughing. I think this is kind of facetious. I think they know. Like, I think if you listen to that tape and you're like, I don't know, you're probably the smartest person.
But Themis, this is the same community that's like, get Takeoff's killer and free my ninjas who I know killed somebody. So I mean, it
True.
goes.
True.
They want both, and you cannot have both. You cannot have justice and anarchy. I mean, you may like it in your fairy tale land, but again, this is the same community that's like, free people they know have done crimes, but yet we need to take off. We need to stop the killing. We need to take off killers off the street. I mean, that's what you're going to get with these people.
Yeah.
These men can't even vet. Like, these men cannot even vet. They telling us to vet and they out here defending and trying to talk about Tory's potential. Get out of here. And when I think about the lady talking about, oh, you know, we can't have it both ways. You can love the black community and punish the people who did something wrong. Just because they're black doesn't mean that they can get away with abuse. And this is the same person who will turn around and tell you to vet, and that if you were in a situation with a guy, it was your fault. Like, it's women like her that truly trip me out, because how are you confused about how it can be both?
I think that black, I don't think that they care. I think that they will support anything and anyone so long as it doesn't threaten their positions as victims. I think that Black women, I think that maybe their hatred, or their not hatred, but maybe their what's the word? No, okay, hatred.
No,
Maybe,
you're right. It's hate.
maybe their
You're
hatred
right.
of Black women is stronger. That maybe that's the motivating force. But I also think that they're worried that Black women will somehow, on a global scale or universally, usurp Black men's roles as victims. I think if we start seeing that, resentment is good. I think that if the world starts seeing Black women as victims, it's like, okay, well, Black men are not going to be able to get away with what they're getting away with, and that's what I think. I just think that I think that they don't like Black women. I don't think that they like each other. I don't. I think that the universal, or sort of the collective resentment towards Black women, I think that motivates them, that drives them, and I think that that's what binds them.
Yeah. Curry up Anita here with a tweezer for the rest of Tory's follicle.
Listen, I think it's going to be interesting to see what he does with his canteen money in jail, because he's going to have to buy. It's going to be like taking candy from a baby. He's going to have to buy his whole unit, unless he is on his own. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah. The man said, go ahead.
No, at first it was she wasn't shot. Then it was, oh, her story has changed, and like, context is important. This happened right after the whole George Floyd thing, and that was once her friend, and she, cried on his shoulder. They bonded on whatever they bonded on. So she was defending him until he flipped the script on her. And then, because the crazy thing is, this may have never gone to trial if she didn't just like, oh, I see what you're doing, and I'm doing this to cover for you, and you're flipping this on me.
Which brings up the point that she has done it before. When she said her boyfriend and her got into a fight, the police came. I played this video. The police came, and the police asked her first, hey, did he hit you? And she said no, because she didn't want him to go to jail. And then the police went to him and said, did she hit you? And the guy said, yeah. And Megan Thee Stallion got locked up because her and her boyfriend were fighting, right? So she's known to do this. I hope I made this post and people were mad at me. They're like, oh my God, we have to remember to care about this and care about that. And I do care, but I think it is important that people, I don't use the word mammy, but this is a descriptor that people use. I don't think it's fair to even use that descriptor, but you get the archetype. Women who are going overboard to protect these men know that they will weaponize your protection against you, because that's what Tory Lanez did, that's what his attorney did, and that's what all these blogs reporting on it did. She lied about what happened to her initially, so don't believe her anymore. It's glass. But the doctor said there's bullet fragment. It's glass. It's glass. It's glass. It's glass. There are bullet fragments in her feet from that night. It's glass. She said it was glass. I don't know what to do. I don't understand. It has to be glass, because she said it was glass. But even though there are bullet fragments in there, it's going to be glass. I hope that is educating us at least on how we approach protecting people who are abusive. Don't do it. Simply put.
And can I speak to, we haven't really gone into it, but I think this whole, and I've seen this with Black women who get a certain level of success. For a lot of Black women, we don't want to see Black women doing better than us. We don't want to see, and I'm just gonna say, what I'm gonna say is, we can speak to Megan, we can speak about the bigger picture, but I have a very close friend who is doing phenomenally well. Like, she's in the top 3% of Black people. She's in a super high position. And ever since she attained that position, people have changed, Black women in particular, around her. They diminish what she does. They kind of, make it look like she's not doing anything. And she's like, out of all my friends, you're the only one really who just props me up, who says, go girl, because there is something within certain Black women, and you see this, particularly when it comes to Meg, is that we want to knock her down a peg.
Oh yeah,
we
I'm
want to.
not going there. I'm not doing that. I'm not
Yeah,
going
but no,
there.
but yes, to your point, I see you with that. Yes, with that whole trip, she was the most successful one. She brought everyone together. Some people cannot. They have that hate for others people's success.
It is a woman who created the petition to go free Tory Lanez. No, if I were under any kind of delusion that Black women are here collectively to protect each other, that has gone through the window. Because the fact is, women are like, oh, but she slept with so many people. And what about it? What about it? She slept with all of them. What about it? You mad? Do you want to do it? You don't want to do it.
What does
then
that
don't
have
do it.
anything to do with her being shot?
You people are like, oh, you're diminishing your value. Girl, you keep your value to yourself. We're talking about someone who got shot. Let's talk about her getting shot. It frustrates me to no end when we're thinking about, oh, she is I can't say these words. She's a this or she's a that, and she sleeps around. And because of that, she is not worthy of protection and respect. Girl, you can keep that to yourself. Keep your Christianity. I'm a Christian, by the way. Keep all of those to yourself. Not
And that's
everyone
not Christian.
Here.
That is not Christian to think that way. Yeah.
Keep all of that to yourself. I hate this. And like, it's a seething hate. Like, I'm reading these comments. I'm going to do particularly Black women on this. Because I don't expect, I know what's going to happen with the men under the shade room. But when I'm watching the women like go at her and drag her, and none of them are like pointing out the fact that she got hurt, it's like, this could have been you. Like you can be hurt. Like I understand, even if you don't like her, that could be you easily. And the fact that you are so dismissive is ridiculous to me. It is really, like, I don't know. I don't understand it. And I think jealousy is a major part of it. But these men doing the shooting, I'm gonna have a brother. Like, why you shoot this woman and come online pretending like you didn't do it and gaslighting everyone? Like, oh my God, she's lying. She told us it was glass. Girl, we see the bullet. Tori, why are you
talking
telling
about the neck and the head?
Listen, if that's what men really think, off with my head. You're not the head. You're not my Black men are not the head. If that's the case, off with my head for real, for real.
Look, you say Black men are not their head. I would say, I hope no man is. Look, actually, let me step out of this because Christianity is going to step forward, and I'm not about to do that with anyone. Live your life how you live your life.
Black men are like a nipple on my elbow. Useless. Absolutely useless. What am I going to do with a nipple on my elbow? Nothing.
Now, I don't feel that way because I'm married to a Black man and I have a Black child, a Black male child. But I do understand.
I hate having to. I'm speaking.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
What I will say is the idea that Black women, and obviously Black men, but the idea that Black women are really leaning into the narrative that Tory is more compelled to protect Kelsey or some other phantom or fictitious female shooter versus protecting himself, when there has been absolutely nothing substantiated, no evidence, not his lifestyle, not one iota of this person's existence to suggest that that's something he would do. And Black women, you want to believe that?
No, you stopped too early. There's another element, and there is all the evidence to suggest that he would do the actual opposite.
Right. It's sick. It's a sickness. It's a sickness. It really is.
And also reasonable doubt. Okay, again, reasonable doubt is beyond a reasonable doubt. Not to say that, oh, there's no doubt. There's nothing that is just no doubt. It is that
I'm not about to do. I'm not about to do that on the online. No, you're right. But like, if everyone think they have a law degree and they're a judge, and like, if that's who you are, then that's who you are. Because I don't know who told you that. Like, oh, beyond a reasonable doubt. Yes, but it doesn't mean that there isn't any doubt in other people. People are human beings. And also, this idea that the prosecutor should prove that there is no other possible way she could have. No, they have the first burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this is what happened and that you're guilty. And they did that. You could have rebutted. You thought you won because now Tory was like, yeah, no, I don't have to take the stage, the stand. I plead the fifth. I'm leaning into my Fifth Amendment, period. Now your Fifth Amendment and yourself going to the prison.
And here's my thing, like a reasonable doubt. Like, this is reasonable. Like, you, sir, academics, Myron, all you guys are being unreasonable. You guys are literally making stuff up. And
well, to be fair to DJ Academic, he cried his way back to guilt. he found his way back, and he was like, I don't know how to defend this. He was squirming. I enjoyed every moment of it. You guys should watch the video. I'm not about to play it.
That does sound delightful. But it's just, to me, the thing of, like, when we were watching Hassan watch these guys, it's just such a colossal L when they're out here squirming and doing the absolute most to try to make obvious things, trying to make excuses for obvious things. Like,
yeah, let's finish this. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just like, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, that's just that on that. We can can move on.
And all the points they're making, the generalizations about Black men and in the system, all of that can be true, and Tory can still do it. All that can be true, and Tory can still be guilty.
Yeah, the system. I know. I don't like even saying this anymore because I keep saying it over and over. I think we live in a racist system that disproportionately affects Black people, and I'm not going to change my mind on that until I see empirical evidence. Yes, I'm with that lady who started the petition on her assessment of the system. I'm with her. But what I got to do with Tory?
That part.
I am glad the system does not have the moral compass of the people who think that this doesn't matter and that she is promiscuous, so she didn't get shot. This is the argument, by the way. She's promiscuous, so she didn't get shot. And there's no evidence that she's promiscuous, by the way. Like, let's be clear. If a lot of us, of our sexual history were put on display, a lot of us would be embarrassed. Like, I hate this. Come on now. I don't like the kind of judgment. The thing is, I don't even like Megan Thee Stallion. I do not listen to Megan Thee Stallion music. I think that
me neither.
After she betrayed the queen Nicki Minaj, and Nicki Minaj dated, like, I'm into the whole politics thing. But I can know that while recognizing, no, y'all wrong. That woman is talented. She doesn't have to be talented. She is beautiful. She does not have to be beautiful. She is all of that and all of that. But that doesn't matter. You shot her, and that's the problem here. I don't care about whether you like her or you don't like her. You think she's successful. I don't care. You think she sleeps with people. I don't care. No, I'm not a barb. I was once a barb, but after Nicki Minaj married her husband, I couldn't do it. So
it seems like you went through a lot of emotions, Seamus. Seems like you go through a lot with these celebrities. It's an emotional roller coaster.
Me through it. This is why, I am a high-ranking member of the Beehive because she don't do too much online. No, I'm mad, and I'm still waiting for the visuals, and I'm waiting for things. But she don't do too much, so there's never really any controversy, right? Rihanna had one. She slipped up, but I'm still a part of the Navy. But that's it. That's it. Anywho, let's continue reading these. Whoever said the arms of an angel has me cracking up. Who said that? Y'all are wrong. Thank you,
who sung that?
I know who this. Oh my God.
Sarah McLachlan. Is it Sarah McLachlan?
McLachlan. Once again, they all lied. What's wrong with these men? Look, everything now is world. Everything. I love it here. Oh, I love that. I don't know why I uploaded that because now I'm not going to stop using that that violin. This live has had me, Kamala Harris, laughing. Oh, I appreciate that. This is a heavy topic, so I'm glad that we could laugh through it because, girl, both Andrew Tate and Tory Lanez got booked.
Listen, one
No.
thing about it, what everybody finds God in jail. It could be Allah, it could be Buddha.
Oh,
it could
that's
be
what
Jesus.
I meant. That's what I meant to say.
They all find God.
So Tory Lanez had women shaking and doing all kinds of sleeping with friends behind friends' back and doing all of that. And then come out talking about Jesus got it and God will. Yes, Jesus and God got it. Yep, they definitely did. Yeah, I decided not to play the dad because there's something very disturbing. I was going to play it twice, but I decided not to. There's something very disturbing to me about the father. Like in the father, I saw the son, and I don't like this.
Absolutely.
1,000,000%. In the
I
father, I saw the same type of tricks that Umar does in that whole like trying to trigger you into.
I haven't seen it. Can we watch it? I haven't seen it.
Concerned you did not bring up. Oh my God.
But you know what I'm saying? Like going into pastor voice to try to that, and I think that it triggers a lot of people into believing that
You guys,
something.
can we
I'll play it for you. I'll play it for you. I don't like listening to it because, again, I don't like the idea that I can like look at something and know the product of that thing, and I see him and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, that checks, and I don't
Yeah,
like that. Like,
I
it
agree
was
with
like,
you.
yeah, I understand. Now he believes in the Bible. Who shall? Yeah, they find Jesus real quick, fast, and in a hurry. Rock Nation took Tory out of the home. The Sanderson Barbara Walters passed, y'all. Wait, what?
What?
Is that what people were saying in the chat? I saw Barbara Walters' name pop up and I just kind of kept ignoring it because I was like, oh, why are y'all talking about Barbara Walters? I didn't know she passed. That's sad.
Wow.
She's an icon. Like that she is definitely an icon. I'm sorry. That's sad. R.I.P.
Yeah.
I have yet to see Yo, you remember what this was Barbara Walters, right? When she interviewed the Kardashians. And she said, you have no talent, you have no skills. But you gotta wait, please tell me that was Barbara Walters. Please tell me that was that
It was. It was.
All right, because that's the one in memory I have of her. Like I have more memories, but when I saw that, I was like, she is. I like this woman. I like this woman.
Drag them for she's militant. Hi, Tristan.
Go ahead, you can read that. Let me look up that clip of Barbara Walters to pay some respects.
Rest in peace to one of the goats, Tristan Draper. I have yet to see a person who says, I'm not going to let someone assassinate my character be found innocent in any wrongdoing in my life. You know what I mean? Like,
it is a red flag, like dead serious.
Thank you, Tristan.
For real, people don't talk like that unless they're trying to hide something.
Thank you.
Beyonce wrote "Cuff It" for Tory. BB knowing. Better leave Beyonce out of it. Kidding. We love you, Murder Magic Tricks.
You are. I don't know if this is gonna get copyright strike or something, but it's gonna be worth it.
Oh no.
What happened?
Are often described as famous for being famous. You don't really act, you don't sing, you don't dance, you don't have any, forgive me, any talent.
But we're still entertained.
Good job.
That was
I like a straight shooter.
And these were 3 faces ago. I'm sorry.
Girl, you want to know what I like? I like them just like shaking their head. Yeah, I have no.
You You know,
Wait,
Barbara, you know someone's good when they can get you to agree with being talentless. You're not going to sit here and call me talentless. I'll tell you that right now.
One more time. This woman is a living legend. This is not what we should be remembering her for, but like we're in a moment, and this is truly iconic.
Pay homage to the GOAT. I agree.
Let's
Natalie
do-
Allen.
Go ahead.
So do you want me to read it?
Mm-hmm.
I believe Abba and Preach are actually kind of smart. They're not. So it's sus how they play into manosphere BS. I know they know AT is a criminal. Why play dumb? They're not as smart as you think, because they're not as smart as they think. That's how people
Thank you,
typically.
Natalie. The more let me not say that. I didn't preach. Well, let me not do this yet. I'll do it at some other time after I watch enough video. One more time.
All often described as famous for being famous. You don't really act, you don't sing, you don't dance, you don't have any, forgive me, any talent.
But we're still entertaining people.
That is a moment. That might be one of my. All right. Anyway, we're gonna get back. This you said you didn't see what the dad said, so this is with Miss Petty. That I don't. Why was that the first thing that came to my mind? Yeah, I'm petty. I think I'm gonna own this. I am petty. All right. This is for you, Annalicia. You said you didn't
Thank
see
you,
it.
Timus.
You want to know exactly how I'm feeling? I just stood here in this Los Angeles County and witnessed the worst miscarriage of justice that this world has ever seen. You want to know how I feel? I'll tell you exactly how I feel. I got some names that I want to call. There's Phil, there's Perez, and the whole of Rock Nation, including you, Z. You who say you rose from the gutter, and you have traded and bartered the souls of young men, and you're still doing it. The only independent witness in this courtroom is a man whose name is Sean Kelly. He came to court, and our attorneys, he would not even shake their hand after he went upstairs, Captain Tom, and our spot. He met with our witness, and then the man came back, and I sat in the hallway while he sat with Jody Little, the prosecutor's investigator, who acted so dumb, an intelligent woman who did not want. Listen, I've seen so much evidence buried in this, and I know exactly what the public out here will say. Don't talk. You will say, I say this because I'm a father. See, I am a father of thousands around the world. I'm a father of my kids, but still a father to many. And I don't make stupid allegations because I got no. You have been bartering and trading the souls of young black and brown men in this country. And I'm calling on all the umbrellas. I'm calling on everybody in this country to begin to rise up because your sons have been done dirty.
Right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Amen. Real talk. That's right, real talk.
I know that this is wickedness. This district attorney, Ms. Kathy Talk, is the same one. Witness or knew that 5 sheriff's deputies in LA County beat up a Spanish man with the last name Carrillo until the guy was beaten on his ABC News interviewed that man after eyewitness news. And he said, I thought I would never be here to see my child here. I would never be able to be around to feed other child riser. And I'm telling you, this court system is not over. It's about wins and losses, and they do plenty to do whatever they can. You see, Rock Nation is what my son feels. I'll deal with you. And Desiree Perez, you wicked witch, you snitch. You turned on your co-conspirators over the whole mafia, one of you that was peddling drugs in this country, and you ruled them before so the Fed to give you a deal. Trust me, I have intercessors and they will not stop until you are cut off. No, we don't shoot you with guns, but we know exactly how to bring you down.
That's right. That's right.
Why have these babies out there?
You know what? I believe him when he said that he has thousands of kids all over the world. I believe him. He's Caribbean, right? No, I believe that. Sorry, not. The dust doesn't fall far from the mite, the tree, whatever you want to call it. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Like, it's sad. That's your meal ticket. Your meal ticket is going to be violated. That's what you're worried about. That's it. Your meal ticket is going to be violated over and over and over. His canteen money is going to be taken from him over and over and over. That's why you're mad. Be honest, Dusty. Eating your beard is. I'm done.
Oh, I was saying no, but hey, he low-key smiled before turning around to put on a show. Period. Thank you all. Sorry.
The Smurf. I can't unsee this, man. I can't unsee it.
Oh my god. Period. Anywho, I shouldn't have put that up there. I was Googling things. Whew. In any case, let's go into the after show period.
But can I ask one thing, Themis? I think it's
go ahead, you said, can you ask one thing?
Yeah, I think it's very disturbing, and it really shows a lack of, anyway. But to bring his child into court and of course, he can't.
Oh, I know what he was doing. Oh, I know what he was
I know, but it's still just poor taste, poor judgment, poor everything. And then you're just using, I'm sorry, as a mother, it's like, why? Why would you put your child? Yes, we understand why he did it, but it's just a poor taste. And but Tory's dad, my husband was asking, he's like, why is this man going on like this? He's like, why? I said, babe, the apple don't fly from
he said it was his moment. Yeah, he said, this is my moment to go in, and this is my 15 minutes, and I'm gonna use every minute of it. I cannot. I am really disgusted. You know your child. You know you raise a degenerate child. If you raise him, you know that Tory Lanez behaved like a degenerate person. Like you talked about August Alsina, and he actually lied about that one too. His response was that he wasn't even there, and then the videos came out and he went silent. Now he's on house arrest. He was on. Girl, this man was on probation, then he was on house arrest, he violated a restraining order. Like, we just gonna sit up here and pretend like this was just a law-abiding citizen, just out of the blue, some people said something. Girl, no.
And you know what? They thought that Sean Kelly would be the ace in the hole for the defense. And again, when he kept on saying he saw Tory with the gun, is like, maybe it was a guttural, because the dad specifically named Sean Kelly, who was originally the defense key, witness. And according to everything that I've heard, he was the one saying, okay, maybe he saw the flash towards Kelsey, but he saw Tory with the gun in the hand, ringing off the shots. But everyone wanted conveniently, all his defenders, they have amnesia on that part.
Oh no, but they were like, oh, he had the gun. Someone was like, he had the gun. I need to find this Shade Room comment. He had the gun, but y'all are forgetting that Kelsey also had the gun. And I've been like, I keep track of like names. This same person was like, but his DNA wasn't on there. So you admit that he was holding the gun. But you're using the fact that his DNA wasn't on the gun as justification for what again? Like, you are not making sense.
Black men they're upset. His dad is gonna give himself a brain aneurysm because first of all, they were overconfident going into it. He was hopping into They overestimated their perceived innocence. They overestimated the importance of public opinion, number one. Number two, the fact that reality struck down on them, that's why they're angry. That's
Yes.
how dare you hold me accountable? That's the real problem. Shut the hell up, Dad.
Yeah.
How dare you?
They're this is absolutely disgusting with these friggin' people.
They overestimated everybody's investment in the Madonna whore complex. Like they really thought that the fact that that Megan was sleeping with this man would invalidate everything else. I really believe that the sex was their smoking gun. Like, oh, she slept with him, so she's a woman scorned, and therefore, you know, that women scorned are crazy. Anything could have happened after that.
Listen, I don't care if you have an easy pass on your V. I don't care what your history is. I don't care. If you are violated, if someone commits a crime, they need to do the time. Period. That's it.
Well, I'm not someone who's like, do the crime, do the time, but in this case, yes, I understand that completely.
When it comes to black men, I'm sorry, they more than likely did the crime. Sorry.
No, when it comes, well, you say black, when it comes to anyone who commits crime, because that lady who attacked Shanquella, I hope she rots in prison in Mexico.
She's going straight to hell, first of all. So they're all going straight to hell. But before that, they need to rot in a cell. Period. That's it.
I think some black men react to Tory's dad right like he was their daddy finally coming to
Yeah, that's what black men do. It's so weird.
The thing is, my thing is, I was fully prepared because, like, for me, I prefer Kevin Samuel's approach to Andrew Tate's approach intellectually, right? Because Andrew Tate is not about to do anything research. He's going to say, oh, my personal anecdote. At least Kevin Samuels lied about the research. At least he acknowledges that the research is useful and he lies about it. I think there's a distinction, and I actually came on here before Stan jumped his happy self on here. I was about to say, I literally was about, like, this never fails. I was about to say, thankfully, this is not Black Man's L for the first time here on this channel. This was not Black Man's L. And he was like, he ran up here and he grabbed that L and he hugged very tightly to that L. I was like, girl. Stan don't know why I was annoyed. All of what he said was annoying. But the fact of him coming up here to defend him was annoying because I was like, for the first time, we're going to talk about something that has nothing. People are like, oh, he's black. No, for me, he's not. So, like, it didn't have anything to do with you. And he just came up and he just claimed it. I was like, dang, man. Not one time. Like, girl. Anywho, thank you, Motivation Nation. GSS, Tory Lanez's daddy doesn't have any here either. That's a quick... It's genetics. Y'all play too much. I feel like you're going to give me bad karma for my hair.
No, we're only sending love your way, Themis. Don't worry about it. It's not going to be you.
I got my life from this live stream. Thank you, everyone on the panel. Y'all did not let us down with the mess. Oh, I appreciate that. I got my life too. Tory's dad was attempting to go super. Thank you. He's surprised that his son didn't go off. Mad that Mad that Tory didn't get away with it. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for this white justice system.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we'll be there, Themis. Oh, I'm late. Thank you, Fruit. Very late, Amara. We appreciate you, but we are definitely ending now. Everyone gets a minute to say whatever they have to say uninterrupted. Go off. Let's start with Africa Pop Mommy.
Yes, well, I have been away because I am currently pregnant with my third. Thank you. That's why. Congrats. Thank you. Doing content around being pregnant at 39. I'm going to give birth after 40, and particularly for Black women and conceiving in your advanced maternal age, as I like to call it, and then also with artificial technology, reproductive technology, because me and my husband, went through a journey with trying to get pregnant. Had one infant loss, had a miscarriage last Christmas, just speaking on, yes. So that's why you haven't seen me, because I just was in a cave. But, we are grateful to God that we are in the sixth, and baby's moving a lot, in the 6th month of the pregnancy. And just sharing my story and sharing about topics that I really don't see a lot of Black women talk about. I see a lot of white women talk about it, but not Black women. And thank you, everyone. If you just want to hear my story, because we're going to get really into it, it's a separate channel, Africa Pop Mommy Health and Fitness, really focusing on Black women in advanced maternal age who are really considering having children but want to know all their options, especially if you're in your 30s. But yeah, I am just overwhelmed with joy. I am annoyed with my son, but I love him, and I'm grateful for this new addition because of all the loss and craziness we've gone through in this fertility journey.
Thank you, and thank you for spending so much of your time with us tonight. This was a 4-hour and 30-minute stream. So, like, both Annalicia Concern and Africa Pop Mommy, I mean, I appreciate you and everyone here. Thank you guys. But Concern,
that's why your skin's glowing. I was wondering. Sorry.
I mean, I don't really have much more to add. I think, to be clear on my position, as I look at all of these news sources, a lot of times growing up as you just don't hear a lot about the truth. And Sinji has been an instrumental part of making it clear what the real Black community is, what most Black men's position on Black women's safety and Black women's place is. But as I'm going through and watching these things and kind of realizing all the misinformation I've received, as well as also all of the things that, people in my life might be seeing in this as men, are reviewing this stuff too. It's been really a lot of aha moments. And I think a lot of other women here could honestly say the same, that they're wrestling with this live as some of the paradigms they've had in their mind are being shifted to new information. These are not things that are talked about very openly, like the reality of what our parents went through, of what a lot of other Black women go through, just our shared experience. And so it's been really validating and really enlightening. And so, I mean, those in the chat who don't like me, it's your position to have, but I really think that thank you, Themis, for taking the time 4 hours out of your life to kind of go through and talk through these things and make it something at least palatable, because this stuff can be very disheartening to break down and go through. But yeah, those are my final thoughts.
For a lovely hour. Thank you. I appreciate that. I like you, Concerned. We love you, Concerned. You're getting love here. We love you, Concerned. And we're going into the next year with a fresh start. This is going to be, I'm trying to be more assertive. Sorry. So I don't know why that's laughing. I don't know why I'm laughing as if I'm not assertive. I'm laughing because, like, a lot of people have been getting the brunt of that in the last 4 days. And I have to hold myself up, because if I don't, we keep going forever. So I appreciate that. Let's go into the next year and give everyone grace. Let's try on this channel to give everyone a fresh start. Give me a first start, because I promise you, I'm going to move away from just like letting people ramble on, because it's not going to work for me. So, like, what happened tonight is what's generally going to happen. So it is what it is. I'm tired. I have been worn out. YouTube has worn me down. Not really. I love it here. Annalicia.
First of all, congratulations. you're glowing, and now I know why. I was wondering, like, your skin's too glowy and perfect, but now I understand. I recognize it. So congratulations, and I do want to hear about your journey. As a matter of fact, I mean, it's business as usual. That's how I feel. Business as usual, with the caveat that justice, in some ways, justice was served. Absolutely. I think that I'll save that for later. At some point, I want to talk about Big Back Act. I want to talk about the nickel pinch. What is it? Which one's fresh and which one's fit? Whichever. They're both merged.
Well, we know which one is not fit.
Well, that's true. I want to talk about them at some point. Big Back Act. I want to talk about. There are so many things that I want to get into in the new year, especially mental health, especially trauma, because there's so many ways that we can connect them with what's going on in pop culture, politics. It'll be fun. And unlike Concerned, if you don't like me in the chat, shut the hell up.
No.
No, listen.
No.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I just asked for a fresh start.
Let me explain myself. Hold on.
Wait, before you go, I asked for a fresh start and you're going to be antagonistic towards them.
I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm just saying the people who like me and the people that I vibe with, it's always love. The people that not so much, again, slap yourself, shut the hell up. 2000.
No, I don't
beyond. That's how I feel. And I feel like if more people felt like that, they could probably be more honest. You could be diplomatic, but again,
you can't just make yourself out to be the bad guy.
No, but sometimes I absolutely do have a problem. And I do need to be moderated to some degree. Absolutely. And I'll work on that in 2023. But me working on it is not about not about getting people to like me or anything like that. It's really about me working on it because I know it's a problem. But again, I want to get into really important things. I want to have fun. I want to I want to do something big in 2023 with everybody who wants to do it with me. Period. That's it. Love you all.
Good. I'm laughing because I know what's gonna happen in 2023.
You are a TT.
Yeah, thank you, beautiful ladies. And congrats, Africa Pop Mommy. Congrats. I say live.
Hey. Look at that.
It is such a beautiful thing. Themis is proof that Black people are unserious. Exactly.
I can't even. I mean, at this stage, it's so crazy because, I mean, you're either going to laugh or cry.
To be fair, though, I can fire you and laugh. Like, I can be laughing while firing you. So, I mean, it is serious, but I do think I need to explain this because people got upset. There are 3 men who sent me some vicious email because someone said, Black men are like crack. And someone said, well, Black women are crackheads. And so, like, in the moment when they say Black women are like crack, I laugh because it was a Black woman who said it. And because I laugh, people dragged me because they completely didn't know that, like, I just laugh when I'm, like, uncomfortable. Because, like, the pushback is going to be, if they're crack and you love them and you just admit you love them, then you are crackheads. And then she was like, yeah, we're crackheads. And I was like, what am I supposed to do with this? So, anywho, I'm just going to continue to laugh. Have a wonderful night, guys. Thank you guys so much. Like, I appreciate you guys spending the time with me to go through the mess. Bye.
Good night, everyone.